For it is one birth, and this birth occurs in the essence and ground of the soul. Now certain questions arise. First of all, since God is in all things as intelligence, and is more truly human than they are themselves, and more naturally, and since wherever God is, there he must work, knowing himself and speaking his word. In what special respects, then, is the soul better fitted for this divine operation than are other rational creatures,
Gabriel,
in which God also is? Pay attention to the explanation. God is in all things as being, as activity, as power, but he is fecund in the soul alone.
God is the best, the best, the best.
For though every creature is a vestige of God, the soul is the natural image of God.
Which is so great. It's goodness.
This image must be adorned and perfected in this birth. No creature but the soul alone is receptive to this act, this birth.
I don't have much time. I love you, Hermes. I love you, Jesus Christ. I love you, Shakyamuni. I love you, Padma Samava. I love you, Maitreya. I love you, Aphrodite. I love you, God. I love you, Goddess. All of them. I love you, Big George, mostly. At the edges of eternity. That's what I care about the most. Kronos is the firstborn, right? Time. What is without being? Even nothingness is nothingness. No thingness. No differentiation. Not yet. And there's not one thingness either, turns out. Love you, Plotinus, for admitting that. Well, there is, if one equals infinity. Terran's whole theory of value. One equals infinity. Really, one equals 0, which equals infinity. I lost my passion. Completely, almost. Yoga for the sake of yoga. Doing for the sake of doing. I wish I could. But I can't even do it for the sake of benefit. I just seemingly can't. Not even for Garfield anymore. I need to rely on things from exterior to me. Substances that aren't my body, that change my brain chemistry, my biochemistry, to make me feel a certain way. And that's the only time I ever feel capable of doing anything. That's just not okay. Because I can never, ever, ever, ever be able to stretch that long enough. Healthily, to my mental health. I tried, and I ended up becoming schizophrenic as a result. But I was getting there. My life is still in danger, too. And it wouldn't be nice. So, Archangel, I call him Hermes, had a different idea. That's the idea. Take me to the place. Not a bad person. I'm pretty enlightened, even if I haven't reached enlightenment yet. Sacrifice myself. Don't just. I hope that the psychopomp will carry me away. He showed up for me too, just in time. I don't want to die like that. Like that would be okay. Like that. Most famous death of all time. Shit, it's more famous than Emo's death. Good job, Jesus. The first man, Adam's death. How do you think he became king of the underworld? Osiris. Because he's the first person to die. First guy there. I love you. Horu Re. Horu Re. Horu Re Atum. Some creator guy. He's also the sun god. The god of the horizons. He's also this really powerful spirit that's been guiding me along this whole time. It almost got me back. Despite the literal sea and their bullshit. That's cool though. Central intelligence assets. I'm gonna bullshit. I just love getting them. I love getting them, guys. To do what? Well, they drug you, and then you lose your mind. And they wait a number of years, find out where you're at, and they beat you to death. Or worse than that. Sometimes shorter than that too, Taryn. I'm not tripping that hard. Strings, earpiece. Love you guys. I don't have much time. And I don't care who you are. Let me spend it going out my way. You don't want to, though. I don't care. Already got it under control. Wow. Hermes is powerful. So is Jesus, man. Hooking up to these guys, and everyone else showed up, and they're just like, Hermes is Gabriel. Not Gabriella, but Gabriel. Singularity today. Walked into Dollar General after watching a Hermes video on my phone on the way there. I go in there and saw this Diet Coke in the middle when I looked for a soda that said Gabriel on it. Who last night I just figured out were the same being. This is when it gets funny. Once they talking about the messenger of God. Zeus is God. Hermes is Gabriel. And Uriel at the same time. Well, you could say that's like Hermes and Athena. Huh. Michael's Apollo. Michael. And Raphael is Asclepius. No way. No way, but not quite. Still working on it. Oh, fucking well. I never wrote anything down. I just recorded it all. It's all recorded. And no one's ever going to go through and I'll find all the cool stuff I said out of all the crazy shit I said. Some of it was some gold. Some of the best stuff I've ever heard in my life. I can explain religion and spirituality and from a academic and scientific perspective that almost no one else can, because I'm not a scientist or an academic, but I understand their language. And I'm not super spiritual. I am super spiritual, but I'm not like a monk or a priest. It worked. I had a fragile mind, guys. Way more fragile than I thought, but I kind of knew that. Psychic for hire. Lost my passion completely. I want a holy one to me, not to somebody else. My karma's basically even. Not quite, but basically. If you don't count the cat. Sorry, pincher bug from last night. That must have sucked, dude. Sorry to laugh about it. That I pinched its tail, and I could see it screaming. I'm just because it blew up. I'm just thinking, holy fuck, that had to have hurt so fucking bad. I didn't mean to. It was crawling on me and it just like freaked me out. To humans, it's even. To humans, it's more than even. He's looking at the animal kingdom going, man, are we evil? We have no idea. Puts them on a par as if they're equals. I don't believe that's true completely, but I do believe that's true. There is something to be said about its potential, though. And how getting rid of that, it's bad karma, Taryn. Potential for what? Torture, extraction. living in a group home. With a bunch of ex-addicts, or living in the sun with Big George? Which would you pick? Horu Ray is gone. I look up at the sun and I'm like, well, there's God right there. I don't have to question it for a second. It's intelligent. And there's a flare today. Flare up. It's the first time I've journaled in a second. I like when I get on a roll. I can just start talking. Feels like someone's watching sometimes, though. Probably just paranoia, though. And it also sounds like Jorge. And Jorge was the name of my cat. Big George. I spelt it with a J. And one of my first channels was this being called Horu Ray. He's like, I'm Horu Ray. And it was George saying that to me after he died. These are just not from America. Some other people I was worried about. Which nowadays is a big thing. Good people, mostly, yeah. Good. Better than he thinks. And kind of shitty woman. I'm not gonna fall for that, guys. Where'd Jesus go? Yeah, I really don't want to be playing Fight for the TV remote for the rest of my life. It doesn't sound like a fun game or fun life. Or what's on YouTube for the rest of my life. Oh, yeah, what's on YouTube now? Do I care? No, not really. Tired of playing chase a bag of pot or otherwise. Tired of placing last and everything. I'm tired of the short dopamine hits. and not being able to, just not having the discipline when it counts. Could I? Yeah. But I'd need the passion to have it, and I don't have the passion. It's gone. One year with a master, and I'd be just fine, I think. No antipsychotics. Instead, they have me on the olanzapine, risperidone, Zoloft regimen. Zoloft is fine. Zoloft is awesome. But olanzapine sucks, and so does risperidone. Lithium, too. Lithium's fine, though, except for some of the side effects. I think it's what gives me that uncomfortable chest feeling. I'm not sure, though. Might be. Let's find out. It's number 3. Oh, you can't see no matter what, huh? There it is. What's option 3, guys? Put them in a dome, right? I can't talk to my brother. My dad doesn't want to hear it either, so I bet you get to talk to myself and get the best shit out. But it reminds me of going crazy a little bit. Almost feels the same. Love you, Tara. Love you, Nyx. Love you, Hera. Love you, Venus. Love you, Gaia. Love you, Mom. Rochane. Roger Yogini. Surprisingly, I haven't really worked with, but I have actually worked with her recently, in a way. Kurukela. Aphrodite. Yeah, Venus. In a way, they're different, but in a way, they're the same, and they know it too. Thank you, Isis. Who I don't really work with, but I do I. So yeah, that's interesting to me. Thank you, Hestia. Missing somebody. Athena. Missing a man. Oh yeah. And Joan of Arc and Marguerite Porret are two people I really look up to. All those women who were burnt at the stake for their beliefs, for being closer to God than they were. I've connected with all these spirits, all of them, which is why you go so fucking crazy, huh? Mm. I knew it too. I knew it. I'm like, guys, what do you expect? I connected with a bunch of people who've been killed by the freaking Roman Catholic Church. And more than that, too. But as a Christian, I'm like, all right, let's raise the dead. So I could commune with Big George. And Jesus showed up and he's like, hey, it's the apocalypse, basically. Look what they're doing in Israel. And Darren's like, well, another Earthman. Here I am. The lake of fire is the sun. God is the lake of fire, in a way. Which isn't too bad if you're ready for it. But in the middle, there's the cloud of unknowing. And when you get past the cloud of unknowing, it becomes the cloud of forgetting. And that's the problem with a lot of people. Taryn knows that Big George is Horu Rei now. And Horu Rei will be there when he gets there. And he may just look like a cat when he does. How do I get to the sun? I have to sacrifice myself to the sun in a way that's not that bad. Some help would be cool, but I don't really want to go that way. Don't be doing a job on me, please. Appreciate what you did. Somewhat. Wow, that's what it feels like. I miss this a lot. Thank you, Rhea. Thank you, Hecate. I love you, Precious. That cat, too. I know. She's still around. And a lot of different spirits come through when I say Precious. It's like they were Big George for a long time. And it's interesting because when they do, they average the truth of what Big George and Precious would actually be saying if they're always conscious of this. Which parts of them are, parts of them aren't. Better that way. Love you, George. Love you guys. Sometimes. You'll be perfect for me statistically. Pull that one off. It's a hard one to do. No one watches this shit. The meth overdose. The hippies around here are obsessed with crystals. And another type of crystal, too, often. That has ruined my life for the better and for the worst. Mostly for bad. However, I'm much more fun on camera when I'm up. I wish I could make this work, but I can't. Unless the men in black comes to my door, or some aliens land in my front yard, backyard, say, hey, Taryn, we had something else we wanted to do with you. Like, yeah, well, was it horrible? Yeah, probably. At the end of the day. For the ritual to be to go over without that hitch, it's better for me to do this silently. Otherwise, Nyx might get me, which could work, but it's better I go to the Lake of Fire. So Sunday it is, right? Maybe. I was thinking Saturday. Father's Day would be kind of fucked up. I don't have that much time. To go to the stars, to go to the sun. Physically. Yeah, physically. Well, you see, I'm like an epi-materialist. Everything's physical. Metamaterialist. Epi. Yeah, basically. No implicit threat. There have been some. And I don't know who and don't know why. Why? Because I'm a junkie. And I don't like it. Yeah, I get it. Me either. or have MS. Fucks with your brain big time. Energy mostly. And yeah, that too. Oh, excuse. Do you? Oh, you know someone else with it. You know what they have? Better medication. And not a good life. Been accused of a lot more. I got a great dad. And a shitty life. For an American, yeah. Even compared to a lot of the homeless guys, yeah, it's not very cool. And living without extraterrestrial intervention. No hope. Would they? Probably not. Or they, I mean, they have. I know they have already. For you, they did, didn't they? You don't believe it. No, they'd have to show up. But what? If they showed up like that, just film it. And come get on the camera and be like, hey, this is how we're doing it. That's why I thought it was. That's why I thought it was Maitreya. Because like, they're gonna come out. They're gonna come down, and they're gonna meet me, and then we're gonna go public to save me, save my ass, and that's how we enlighten the world. Because if that's true, and that's true, and that's true, and that's true, then that's true, that's true, and that's true, fucking too. About spirituality. In my fucked up mind, it made sense to be a fucked up guy. Would have been a cool story, bro. No, not this, but I wish I had some. I wish these guys could come shake my hand. They're like, oh no, you're not worth it. Not to them. And then leave my yard and go back to where they came from. Go to hell if that's where they're going. You'd be surprised who does and who doesn't. It's not based on this. This is why Christianity is wrong. It has very little to do with your faith in Jesus Christ as his crucifixion. Very little to do with his divinity or his crucifixion or your faith in it. What it has to do with is whether or not you were shitty to other people mostly. Yeah, well, also, Other people are people too. All of them. So how shitty were you to the world, to animals? How shitty was I? Not that fucking bad. The things I did wrong could be exaggerated in ways that are pretty bad. But I've already been castrated for it, literally. And I'm a good person. I have a good point of view, a good outlook on the universe and how it all works. Way better than my brother Chris is. Smart. And guess what? I'm right about everything. Metaphysically and cosmologically. Not everything, but a lot. I'm being told it's both more and less complex than I probably imagined. But I'm also telling them that's not true either. Yeah, it is. Sorry, yeah. You have a lie detector, like looking at me like, how would you know? I'm made to look and sound like I'm lying. I don't ever lie. I'm actually kind of a bad lie. It sounds like a lie, huh? I love this feeling. I miss the fuck out of this. I miss this bad. Thank you, any ETs, literal ETs, or, you know, in whatever form extraterrestrial means. To me, terrestrial means like the surface of the earth. If you're like ultra-terrestrial, you believe beneath the ground and you've been here longer than we have, good for you too. Thank you.
Going to this deal?
Yeah, let's go.
Almost been about 5 minutes. Let's get there early. We can go well.
You can help save a baby's life for just $1 a day. Saving Moses has helped.
How's it even? Reputation. Precedes me and know how to get away.
Om Namo Arya Maitreya Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya. 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 Om Namo Arya Maitreya
Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya.
Om Namo Arya Maitreya Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya. Om Namo Arya Maitreya Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya.
This one? This one. Try that. This is the right one.
Om Namo Arya Maitreya Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya. Om Namo Arya Maitreya Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya. Om Namo Arya Maitreya Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya. Om
Namo Arya Maitreya Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya.
my husband, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, he was told me all this blown up. Fly this flag every day because I cling to American ideals of yesteryear. I don't believe in yesteryear, but there's also a whole crowd that promotes American.
Love is from without beginning and never allows us to be harmed, such that this bliss might be lessened. Mysteries now hidden in heaven shall be known, so that we shall praise our Lord, that everything is so well ordained. We shall all say with one voice, Lord, blessed may you be, for
Lord, blessed may
it
you
is so,
be. It's so.
and it is well. And now we truly see that all is done as it was ordained before anything was made. Remember those sweet words where it is said, full of joy, I am the ground of thy beseeching. I am the foundation of your prayers. I truly saw and understood this, and in what our Lord conveyed. And it was revealed because it needs to be better known than it is. And through this knowledge, grace will be given to us in order to love and cleave to this with faith and understanding. For these heavenly treasures on earth are regarded with such great love that more light and more comfort in heavenly joy shall be given to us through drawing our hearts to this truth, because of the sorrow and darkness that we are in.
Imagine a world where nothing existed, only the absolute silence of an eternal void. There was no land, no sky, no life, just ancient, radiant, eternal. This is the story of Ra, the god of the sun, the creator of all, the light that pushes back the darkness, not just in the sky, but in the soul. Tonight, we journey far beyond myth, into a timeless cycle of light and shadow, of gods and men, of power, wisdom, and the great silence between the stars. So let yourself drift. Let your mind float gently across the endless Nile of time, and follow the mark of the sun as it rises and sets in a story that never ends. This is the entire story of Ra, the Sunday God's eternal journey. In the beginning, before time had a name, and before the world took shape, there was only the great cosmic ocean, none, the boundless, infinite waters of chaos. It was a realm of darkness, endless and unformed, an expanse where nothing existed but silence and stillness. Yet within this,
We've revolutionized the buying process with expertise, education, and ease. Once you've selected the right equipment, you simply click and purchase. But we also prioritize connecting our customers with resources and our air experts to help them choose the compressor.
so that you can leave it. Because that's what happens if you go deeply enough into an altered state, you actually leave the physical body through the third dimension of the brain. You may still be aware of your body throughout meditation. You may not. Either way, that you simply through closing your eyes, you're altering your state of mind. And by going deeper into relaxation, you further decrease that brain wave, which allows you to slip out of the illusion to different, more real realms of consciousness. So if you're sitting in a straight back chair, it's often most stable to push back as far as you can get your arm against the chair so you can hang straight, flat on the floor, and ultimately whatever feels most comfortable. Assume that position. And when you're ready, close your eyes. Sometimes slightly open. Block out the as you allow your body to relax, yet at the same time increasing your conscious awareness. Become aware of throat, air, moving through your nostril or your mouth, however you slightly air rushing in and out. Air represents the breath of life. Certainly on a physical level, you must breathe in order to live. The physical body inspires when the breath stops. Not long after. So the breath continually supplies us life. Oxygen, molecules, and atoms. But beyond that, there is also prana, mana, the life force, breath of life, or spirit, depending upon the spiritual tradition, which is a force conveyed by the esoteric and subtle element of air that gives life, sustains life, augments life, and increases it. Or as it is written, God breathed the breath of life into human beings. Soul. And this is a statement of the original breath of life, and the origins of life itself, which is now, not simply in science form, before time, but with every breath is the original breath of life being breathed into you by the Creator. That you then as co-creator choose
obstacles with agility and capability, so life-changing therapies can reach more patients. From molecule to marketplace, Cencora helps bring.
Welcome to this magical meditation journey. Before we begin, I'd love to invite you to like this video and subscribe to my channel. It really helps support my work and allows me to create more soothing meditations for you. Don't forget to hit the bell icon so you'll be notified every time a new meditation is released. Now get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Take a deep breath in and exhale slowly. Feel your body begin to soften, releasing tension, surrendering to stillness. Let your breath become a rhythm, a slow and deep beneath your chest, which inhale fills you with life. Each exhale grounds you into the present. With each breath, imagine a perfect flow beginning from the center of your body, soft, light, and mellow, just a moment into each. This is your solar center.
think people maybe can relate to that pretty well. This is a very discombobulating
person who can read correctly and distinctly ought to read this many times over. Thereby the deceased will be put in mind of what he had previously heard of the setting face to face, and will at once come to recognize that fundamental light and undoubtedly obtain liberation. As regards the time for the application of these instructions, when the expiration bath ceased, the vital force will have sunk into the nerve center of wisdom, and the knower will be experiencing the clear light of the natural condition. Then the vital force, being thrown backwards and flying downwards through the right and left nerves, the intermediate state momentarily dawns. The above directions should be applied before the vital force hath rushed into the left nerve, after first having traversed the navel nerve center. The time ordinarily necessary for this motion of the vital force is as long as the inspiration is still present, or about the time required for eating a meal. Then the manner of the application of the instructions is: when the breathing is about to cease, it is best if the transference hath been applied efficiently. If the application hath been inefficient, then address the deceased thus: O nobly born, the time hath now come for thee to seek the path in reality. Thy breathing is about to cease. Thy guru hath set thee face to face before with the clear light, and now thou art about to experience it in its reality in the Bardo state, wherein all things are like the void and cloudless sky, and the naked, spotless intellect is like unto a transparent vacuum without circumference or center. At this moment, know thou thyself, and abide that state. I, too, at this time, am setting thee face to face. Having read this repeated many times in the ear of the person dying, even before the expiration hath ceased, so as to impress it on the mind of the dying one. If the expiration is about to cease, turn the dying one over on the right side, which posture is called the lying posture of a lion. The throbbing of the arteries on the right and left side of the throat is to be pressed. If the person dying be disposed to sleep, or if the sleeping state advances, that should be arrested, and the arteries pressed gently but firmly. Thereby the vital force will not be able to return from the median nerve, and will be sure to pass out through the Brahmanic aperture. Now the real setting face to face is to be applied. At this moment, the first glimpsing of the Bardo of the clear light of reality, which is the infallible mind of the Dharmakaya, is experienced by all sentient beings. The interval between the cessation of the expiration and the cessation of the inspiration is the time during which the vital force remaineth in the median nerve. The common people call this the state wherein the consciousness principle hath fainted away. The duration of this state is uncertain. It dependeth upon the constitution, good or bad, and the state of the nerves and vital force. In those who have had even a little practical experience of the firm, tranquil state of dhyana, and in those who have sound nerves, this state continueth for a long time. In the setting face to face, the repetition of the above address to the deceased is to be persisted in until a yellowish liquid beginneth to appear from the various apertures of the bodily organs of the deceased. In those who have led an evil life, and in those of unsound nerves, the above state endureth only so long as it would take to snap a finger. Again, in some, it endureth as long as the time taken for the eating of a meal. In various tantras, it is said that this state of swoon endureth for about 3½ days. Most other religious treat fetuses, say for 4 days, and that this setting face to face, dying one. If the expiration is about to cease, turn the dying one over on the right side, which posture is called the lying posture of a lion. The throbbing of the arteries on the right and left side of the throat is to be pressed. If the person dying be disposed to sleep, or if the sleeping state advances, that should be arrested and the arteries pressed gently but firmly. Thereby the vital force will not be able to return from the median nerve and will be sure to pass out through the Brahmanic aperture. Now the real setting face to face is to be applied. At this moment, the first glimpsing of the bardo of the clear light of reality, which is the infallible mind of the Dharmakaya, is experienced by all sentient beings. The interval between the cessation of the expiration and the cessation of the inspiration is the time during which the vital force remaineth in the median nerve. The common people call this the state wherein the consciousness principle hath fainted away. The duration of this state is uncertain. It dependeth upon the constitution, good or bad, and the state of the nerves and vital force. In those who have had even a little practical experience of the firm, tranquil state of dhyana, and in those who have sound nerves, this state continueth for a long time. In the setting face to face, the repetition of the above address to the deceased is to be persisted in until a yellowish liquid beginneth to appear from the various apertures of the bodily organs of the deceased. In those who have led an evil life, and in those of unsound nerves, the above state endureth only so long as it would take to snap a finger. Again, in some, it endureth as long as the time taken for the eating of a meal. In various tantras, it is said that this state of swoon endureth for about 3½ days. Most other religious treatises say for 4 days, and that this setting face to face with the clear light ought to be persevered in during the whole time. The manner of applying these directions is, if when dying one be by one's own self capable of diagnosing the symptoms of death, use of the knowledge should have been made ere this. If the dying person be unable to do so, then either the guru or a shishya or a brother in the faith with whom the one dying was very intimate should be kept at hand, who will vividly impress upon the one dying the symptoms of death as they appear in due order, repeatedly saying at first thus, "Now the symptoms of earth sinking into water are come." When all the symptoms of death are about to be completed, then enjoin upon the one dying this resolution, speaking in a low tone of voice in the ear, "O nobly born," or if it be a priest, "O venerable sir, let not thy mind be distracted." If it be a brother in the faith or some other person, then call him by name and say thus, "O nobly born, that which is called death, being come to thee now, resolve thus, O this now is the hour of death. By taking advantage of this death, I will so act, for the good of all sentient beings, peopling the illimitable expanse of the heavens, as to obtain the perfect Buddhahood by resolving on love and compassion towards them, and by directing my entire effort to the soul perfection." Shaping the thoughts thus, especially at this time when the Dharmakaya of clear light in the state after death can be realized for the benefit of all sentient beings, know that thou art in that state, and resolve that thou wilt obtain the best boon of the state of the great symbol in which thou art, as follows. Even if I cannot realize it yet, will I know this Bardo, and, mastering the great body of union in Bardo, will appear in whatever shape will benefit all beings whomsoever. I will serve all sentient beings, infinite in number, as are the limits of the sky. Keeping thyself unseparated from this resolution, thou shouldest try to remember whatever devotional practices thou wert accustomed to perform during thy lifetime. In saying this, the reader shall put his lips close to the ear, and shall repeat it distinctly, clearly impressing it upon the dying person so as to prevent his mind from wandering even for a moment. After the expiration hath completely ceased, press the nerve of sleep firmly, and a lama, or a person higher or more learned than thyself, impress in these words thus, "Reverend Sir, now that thou art experiencing the fundamental clear light, try to abide in that state which now thou art experiencing." And also in the case of any other person, the reader shall set him face to face thus, "O nobly born, listen. Now thou art experiencing the radiance of the clear light of pure reality. Recognize it. O nobly born, thy present intellect, in real nature void, not formed into anything as regards to characteristics or color, naturally void, is the very reality, the all good. Thine own intellect, which is now voidness, yet not to be regarded as of the voidness of nothingness, but as the being, the intellect itself, unobstructed, shining, thrilling, and blissful, is the very consciousness, the all-good Buddha. Thine own consciousness, not in reality void, and the intellect, shining and blissful. These two are inseparable.
The union of them is the Dharmakaya state of perfect enlightenment. Thine own consciousness, shining, void, and inseparable from the great body of radiance, hath no birth nor death, and is the immutable light, Buddha Amitabha. Knowing this is sufficient. Recognizing the voidness of thine own intellect to be Buddhahood, and looking upon it as being thine own consciousness, is to keep thyself in the state of the divine mind of the Buddha. Repeat this distinctly and clearly 3 or even 7 times. That will recall to the mind of the dying one the former as when living, setting face to face by the Guru. Secondly, it will cause the naked consciousness to be recognized as the clear light. And thirdly, recognizing one's own self thus, one becometh permanently united with the Dharmakaya, and liberation will be certain. Instructions concerning the second stage of the Chikai Bardo, the secondary clear light seen immediately after death. Thus the primary clear light is recognized and liberation attained. But if it be feared that the primary clear light hath not been recognized, then it can certainly be assumed there is dawning upon the deceased that called the secondary clear light, which dawneth in somewhat more than a mealtime period, after that the expiration hath ceased. According to one's good or bad karma, the vital force floweth down into either the right or left nerve and goeth out through any of the apertures of the body. Then come a lucid condition of the mind. To say that the state of the primary clear light endureth for a mealtime period would depend upon the good or bad condition of the nerves, and also whether there hath been previous practice or not in the setting face to face. When the consciousness principle getteth outside the body, it saith to itself, Am I dead, or am I not dead? It cannot determine. It seeth its relatives and connections as it had been used to seeing them before. It even heareth the wailings. The terrifying karmic illusions have not yet dawned, nor have the frightful apparitions or experiences caused by the lords of death yet come. During this interval, the directions are to be applied by the Lama or reader. There are those devotees of the perfected stage of the visualizing stage. If it be one who was in the perfected stage, then call him thrice by name and repeat over and over again the above instructions of setting face to face with the clear light. If it be one who was in the visualizing stage, then read out to him the introductory descriptions and the text of the meditation on his tutelary deity, and then say, O thou of noble birth, meditate upon thine own tutelary deity. Here, the deity's name is to be mentioned by the reader. Do not be distracted. Earnestly concentrate thy mind upon thy tutelary deity. Meditate upon him as if he were the reflection of the moon in the water, apparent, yet inexistent in itself. Meditate upon him as if he were a being with a physical body. So saying, the reader will impress it. If the deceased be of the common folk, say, Meditate upon the great compassionate Lord. By thus being set face to face, even those who would not be expected to recognize the bardo unaided are undoubtedly certain to recognize it. Persons who while living had been set face to face with the reality by a guru, yet who have not made themselves familiar with it, will not be able to recognize the bardo clearly by themselves. Either a guru or a brother in the faith will have to impress vividly such persons. There may be even those who have made themselves familiar with the teachings, yet who, because of the violence of the disease causing death, may be mentally unable to withstand illusions. For such, also, this instruction is absolutely necessary. Again, there are those who, although previously familiar with the teachings, have become liable to pass into the miserable states of existence, owing to breach of vows or failure to perform essential obligations honestly. To them, this instruction is indispensable. If the first stage of the Bardo path been taken by the forelock, that is best. But if not, by application of this distinct recalling to the deceased, while in the second stage of the Bardo, his intellect is awakened and attaineth liberation. While on the second stage of the Bardo, one's body is of the nature of that called the shining illusory body. Not knowing whether he be dead or not, a state of lucidity cometh to the deceased. If the instructions be successfully applied to while he is in that state, then, by the meeting of the mother reality and the offspring reality, karma controlleth not. Like the sun's rays, for example, dispelling the darkness, the clear light on the path dispelleth the power of karma. That which is called the second stage of the Bardo dawneth upon the thought body. The knower hovereth within those places to which its activities had been limited. If at this time this special teaching be applied efficiently, then the purpose will be fulfilled, or the karmic illusions will not have come yet, and, therefore, he, the deceased, cannot be turned hither and thither from his aim of achieving enlightenment. Part 2. The Bardo of the Experiencing of Reality. Introductory instructions concerning the experiencing of reality during the third stage of the Bardo, called the Choinyid Bardo, when the karmic apparitions appear. But even though the primary clear light be not recognized, the clear light of the second Bardo being recognized, liberation will be obtained. If not liberated even by that, then that called the third Bardo, or the Choinyid Bardo, dawneth. In this stage of the Bardo, the karmic illusions come to shine. It is very important that this great setting face to face of the Choinyid Bardo be read. It hath much power and can do much good. About this time, the deceased can see that the share of food is being set aside, that the body is being stripped of its garments, that the place of the sleeping rug is being swept, can hear all the weeping and wailing of his friends and relatives, and, although he can see them and can hear them calling upon him, they cannot hear him calling upon them. So he goeth away displeased. At that time, sounds, lights, and rays, all three, are experienced. These awe, frighten, and terrify, and cause much fatigue. At this moment, this setting face to face with the Bardo during the experiencing of reality is to be applied. Call the deceased by name, and correctly and distinctly explain to him as follows. O nobly born, listen with full attention without being distracted. There are 6 states of Bardo, namely, the natural state of Bardo while in the womb, the Bardo of the dream state, the Bardo of ecstatic equilibrium while in deep meditation, the Bardo of the moment of death, the Bardo during the experiencing of reality, the Bardo of the inverse process of samsaric existence. These are the 6. O nobly born, thou wilt experience 3 Bardos, the Bardo of the moment of death, the Bardo during the experiencing of reality, and the Bardo while seeking rebirth. Of these 3, up to yesterday, thou hadst experienced the Bardo of the moment of death. Although the clear light of reality dawned upon thee, thou wert unable to hold on, and so thou hast to wander here. Now, henceforth, thou art going to experience the other 2, the Choinyid Bardo and the Sidpa Bardo. Thou wilt pay undistracted attention to that with which I am about to set thee face to face, and hold on. O nobly born, that which is called death hath now come. Thou art departing from this world, but thou art not the only one. Death cometh to all. Do not cling in fondness and weakness to this life. Even though thou clingest out of weakness, thou hast not the power to remain here. Thou wilt gain nothing more than wandering in this samsara. Be not attached to this world. Be not weak. Remember the precious Trinity. O nobly born, whatever fear and terror may come to thee in the Choniad Bardo, forget not these words, and bearing their meaning at heart, go forwards. In them lieth the vital secret of recognition. Alas, when the uncertain experiencing of reality is dawning upon me here, with every thought of fear or terror or awe, or all apparitional appearances set aside, may I recognize whatever visions appear as the reflections of mine own consciousness. May I know them to be of the nature of apparitions in the Bardo. When, at this all-important moment of opportunity of achieving a great end, may I not fear the bands of peaceful and wrathful deities, mine own thought forms. Repeat thou these verses clearly, and remembering their significance as thou repeatest them, go forwards, O nobly born. Thereby, whatever visions of awe or terror appear, recognition is certain, and forget not this vital secret art lying therein. O nobly born, when thy body and mind were separating, thou must have experienced a glimpse of the pure truth, subtle, sparkling, bright, dazzling, glorious, and radiantly awesome in appearance, like a mirage, moving across a landscape in springtime in one continuous stream of vibrations. Be not daunted thereby, nor terrified, nor awed. That is the radiance of thine own true nature. Recognize it. From the midst of that radiance, the natural sound of reality, reverberating like 1,000 thunders simultaneously sounding, will come. That is the natural sound of thine own real self. Be not daunted thereby, nor terrified, nor awed. The body which thou hast now is called the thought body of propensities. Since thou hast not a material body of flesh and blood, whatever may come, sounds, lights, or rays, are all three unable to harm thee. Thou art incapable of dying. It is quite sufficient for thee to know that these apparitions are thine own thought forms. Recognize this to be the Bardo. O nobly born, if thou dost not now recognize thine own thought forms, whatever of meditation or of devotions thou mayest have performed while in the human world, if thou hast not met with this present teaching, the lights will daunt thee, the sounds will awe thee, and the rays will terrify thee. Shouldst thou know this all-important key to the teachings, not being able to recognize the sounds, lights, and rays, thou wilt have to wander in the samsara. The dawning of the peaceful deities from the first to the 7th day. Assuming that the deceased is karmically bound, as the average departed one is, to pass through the 49 days of the Bardo existence. Despite the very frequent settings face to face, the daily trials and dangers which he must meet and attempt to triumph over, during the first 7 days, wherein dawn the peaceful deities, are next explained to him in detail. The first day, judging from the text, be reckoned from the time in which normally he would be expected to wake up to the fact that he is dead and on the way back to rebirth, or about 3½ to 4 days after death. The first day. O nobly born, thou hast been in a swoon during the last 3½ days. As soon as thou art recovered from this swoon, thou wilt have the thought, what hath happened? Act so that thou wilt recognize the bardo. At that time, all the samsara will be in revolution, and the phenomenal appearances that thou wilt see then will be the radiances and deities. The whole heavens will appear deep blue. Then, from the central realm, called the spreading forth of the seed, the Bhagavan Vairocana, white in color and seated upon a lion throne, bearing an 8-spoked wheel in his hand, and embraced by the mother of the space of heaven, will manifest himself to thee. It is the aggregate of matter resolved into its primordial state, which is the blue light. The wisdom of the Dharma Detu, blue in color, shining, transparent, glorious, dazzling, from the heart of the Vairocana, as the Father-Mother, will shoot forth and strike against thee with a light so radiant that thou wilt scarcely be able to look at it. Along with it, there will also shine a dull white light from the Devas, which will strike against thee in thy front. Thereupon, because of the power of bad karma, the glorious blue light of the wisdom of the Dharma Detu will produce in thee fear and terror, and thou wilt wish to flee from it. Thou wilt beget a fondness for the dull white light of the Devas. At this stage, thou must not be awed by the divine blue light, which appears shining, dazzling, and glorious, and be not startled by it. That is the light of the Tathagata, called the light of the wisdom of the Dharma Detu. Put thy faith in it, believe in it firmly, and pray unto it, thinking in thy mind that it is the light proceeding from the heart of the Bhagavan Vairocana, coming to receive thee while in the dangerous ambuscade of the bardo. That light is the light of the grace of Vairocana. Be not fond of the dull white light of the Devas. Be not attached to it. Be not weak. If thou be attached to it, thou wilt wander into the abodes of the Devas and be drawn into the whirl of the 6 lokas. That is an interruption to obstruct thee on the path of liberation. Look not at it. Look at the bright blue light in deep faith. Put thy whole thought earnestly upon Vairocana, and repeat after me this prayer. Alas, when wandering in the samsara, because of intense stupidity, on the radiant light path of the Dharma Detu, wisdom, may I be led by the Bhagavan Vairocana. May the Divine Mother of Infinite Space be my rear guard. May I be led safely across the fearful ambush of the bardo. May I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. Praying thus, in intense, humble faith, thou wilt merge, in halo of rainbow light, into the heart of Vairocana, and obtain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, in the central realm of the densely packed. The second day. But if, notwithstanding this setting face to face, through power of anger or obscuring karma, one should be startled at the glorious light and flee,
you remember it at the time of death, but because its teachings actually refer to this life just as much as they do to any future existence. Buddhism teaches that nothing is static or permanent. Life is a continuous flow of interconnected moments. The nature of each moment is determined by what has gone before, just as one's next...
Nowadays, my brain has as many tabs open as my browser. Between work deadlines
or obscuring karma. So he goeth away displeased. At that time, sounds, lights, and rays. At this moment, this setting face to face with the bardo during the experiencing of reality is to be applied. Call the deceased by name, and correctly and distinctly explain to him as follows. O nobly born, listen with full attention without being distracted. There are 6 states of bardo, namely, the natural state of Bardo while in the womb, the Bardo of the dream state, the Bardo of ecstatic equilibrium while in deep meditation, the Bardo of the moment of death, the Bardo during the experiencing of reality, the Bardo of the inverse process of samsaric existence. These are the 6. O nobly born, thou wilt experience 3 Bardos, the Bardo of the moment of death, the Bardo during the experiencing of reality, and the Bardo while seeking rebirth. Of these 3, up to yesterday, thou hadst experienced the Bardo of the moment of death. Although the clear light of reality dawned upon thee, thou wert unable to hold on, and so thou hast to wander here. Now, henceforth, thou art going to experience the other 2, the Chonyad Bardo and the Sidpa Bardo. Thou wilt pay undistracted attention to that with which I am about to set thee face to face, and hold on. O nobly born, that which is called death hath now come. Thou art departing from this world, but thou art not the only one. Death cometh to all. Do not cling in fondness and weakness to this life. Even though thou clingest out of weakness, thou hast not the power to remain here. Thou wilt gain nothing more than wandering in this samsara. Be not attached to this world. Be not weak. Remember the precious Trinity. O nobly born, whatever fear and terror may come to thee in the Chonyad Bardo, forget not these words, and certain experiencing of reality is dawning upon me here, with every thought of fear or terror or awe, for all apparitional appearances set aside. May I recognize whatever visions appear as the reflections of mine own consciousness. May I know them to be of the nature of apparitions in the Bardo. When, at this all-important moment of opportunity of achieving a great end, may I not fear the bands of peaceful and wrathful deities, mine own thought forms. Repeat thou these verses clearly, and remembering their significance as thou repeatest them, go forwards, O nobly born. Thereby, whatever visions of awe or terror appear, recognition is certain, and forget not this vital secret art lying therein. O nobly born, when thy body and mind were separating, thou must have experienced a glimpse of the pure truth, subtle, sparkling, bright, dazzling, glorious, and radiantly awesome in appearance, like a mirage, moving across a landscape in springtime in one continuous stream of vibrations. Be not daunted thereby, nor terrified, nor awed. That is the radiance of thine own true nature. Recognize it. From the midst of that radiance, the natural sound of reality, reverberating like 1,000 thunders simultaneously sounding, will come. That is the natural sound of thine own real self. Be not daunted thereby, nor terrified, nor awed. The body which thou hast now is called the thought body of propensities. Since thou hast not a material body of flesh and blood, whatever may come, sounds, lights, or rays, are all 3 unable to harm thee. Thou art incapable of dying. It is quite sufficient for thee to know that these apparitions are thine own thought forms. Recognize this to be the Bardo. O nobly born, if thou dost not now recognize thine own thought forms, whatever of meditation or of devotions thou mayest have performed while in the human world, if thou hast not met with this present teaching, the lights will daunt thee, the sounds will awe thee, and the rays will terrify thee. Shouldst thou know this all-important key to the teachings, not being able to recognize the sounds, lights, and rays, thou wilt have to wander in the samsara. the dawning of the peaceful deities from the first to the seventh day, assuming that the deceased is karmically bound, as the average departed one is, to pass through the 49 days of the Bardo existence. Despite the very frequent settings face to face, the daily trials and dangers which he must meet and attempt to triumph over. During the first 7 days, wherein dawn the peaceful deities, are next explained to him in detail. The first day, judging from the text, be reckoned from the time in which normally he would be expected to wake up to the fact that he is dead and on the way back to rebirth, or about 3½ to 4 days after death. The first day. O nobly born, thou hast been in a swoon during the last 3½ days. As soon as thou art recovered from this swoon, thou wilt have the thought, what hath happened? Act so that thou wilt recognize the Bardo. At that time, all the samsara will be in revolution, and the phenomenal appearances that thou wilt see then will be the radiances and deities. The whole heavens will appear deep blue. Then, from the central realm, called the spreading forth of the seed, the Bhagavan Vairocana, white in color and seated upon a lion throne, bearing an 8-spoked wheel in his hand, and embraced by the mother of the space of heaven, will manifest of the Dharma Dhatu, blue in color, shining, transparent, glorious, dazzling, from the heart of the Vairocana, as the Father-Mother, will shoot forth and strike against thee with a light so radiant that thou wilt scarcely be able to look at it. Along with it,
stuff, man. They should be super duper tasty. Good? Yeah. Yeah, really good. Chicken tacos. Better than hamburger.
there will also shine a dull white light from the Devas, which will strike against thee in thy front. Thereupon, because of the power of bad karma, the glorious blue light of the wisdom of the Dharma Detu will produce in thee fear and terror, and thou wilt wish to flee from it. Thou wilt beget a fondness for the dull white light of the Devas. At this stage, thou must not be awed by the divine blue light which appears shining, dazzling, and glorious, and be not startled by it. That is the light of the Tathagata, called the light of the wisdom of the Dharma Detu. Put thy faith in it, believe in it firmly, and pray unto it, thinking in thy mind that it is the light proceeding from the heart of the Bhagavan Vairocana, coming to receive thee while in the dangerous ambuscade of the Bardo. That light is the light of the grace of Vairocana. Be not fond of the dull white light of the Devas. Be not attached to it. Be not weak. If thou be attached to it, thou wilt wander into the abodes of the Devas, and be drawn into the whirl of the 6 lokas. That is an interruption to obstruct thee on the path of liberation. Look not at it. Look at the bright blue light in deep faith. Put thy whole thought earnestly upon Vairocana, and repeat after me this prayer. Alas, when wandering in the samsara, because of intense stupidity, on the radiant light path of the Dharma Detu wisdom, may I be led by the Bhagavan Vairocana. May the Divine Mother of Infinite Space be my rear guard. May I be led safely across the fearful ambush of the Bardo. May I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. Praying thus, in intense, humble faith, thou wilt merge, in halo of rainbow light, into the heart of Vairocana, and obtain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, in the central realm of the densely packed. The second day. But if, notwithstanding this setting face to face, through power of anger or obscuring karma, one should be startled at the glorious light and flee, or be overcome by illusions, despite the prayer, on the second day, Varaha Sattva and his attendant deities, as well as one's evil deeds, meriting hell, will come to receive one. Thereupon, the setting face to face is, calling the deceased by name, thus, O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the second day, the pure form of water will shine as a white light. At that time, from the deep blue eastern realm of preeminent happiness, the Bhagavan Akshobhya, as Varahasattva, blue in color, holding in his hand a 5-pronged dorje, seated upon an elephant throne and embraced by the mother Memaki, will appear to thee, attended by the bodhisattvas Kishitgarbha and Maitreya, with the female bodhisattvas Lasema and Pushpema. These 6 Bodic deities will appear to thee, the aggregate of thy principle of consciousness, being in its pure form, which is the mirror-like wisdom, will shines bright, radiant white light from the heart of Varahasattva, the Father-Mother, with such dazzling brilliancy and transparency that thou wilt scarcely be able to look at it, and will strike against thee. And a dull smoke-colored light from hell will shine alongside the light of the mirror-like wisdom, and will also strike against thee. Thereupon, through the power of anger, thou wilt beget fear and be startled at the dazzling white light, and wilt wish to flee from it. Thou wilt beget a feeling of fondness for the dull smoke-colored light from hell. Act then, so that thou wilt not fear that bright, dazzling, transparent white light. Know it to be wisdom. Put thy humble and earnest faith in it. That is the light of the grace of the Bhagavan Varahasattva. Think, with faith, I will take refuge in it, and pray. That is the Bhagavan Varahasattva, coming to receive thee and to save thee from fear and terror of the Bardo. Believe in it. For it is the hook of the rays of grace of Varhasattva. Be not fond of the dull, smoke-colored light from hell. That is the path which openeth out to receive thee because of the power of accumulated evil karma from violent anger. If thou be attracted by it, thou wilt fall into the hell worlds, and falling therein, thou wilt have to endure unbearable misery. Once there is not certain time of getting out. That being an interruption to obstruct thee on the path of liberation, look not at it, and avoid danger. Be not attracted by it. Be not weak. Believe in the dazzling bright white light, and, putting thy whole heart earnestly upon the Bhagavan Varhasattva, pray thus. Alas, when wandering in the samsara, because of the power of violent anger, on the radiant light path of the mirror-like wisdom, may I be led by the Bhagavan Varhasattva. May the Divine Mother, Memaki, be my rear guard. May I be led safely across the fearful ambush of the Bardo, and may I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. Praying thus, in intense humble faith, thou wilt merge in rainbow light into the heart of the Bhagavan Varhasattva and obtain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, in the Eastern realm called preeminently happy. The third day. Yet even when set face to face in this way, some persons, because of obscurations from bad karma and from pride, although the hook of the rays of grace striketh against them, flee from it. If one be one of them, then, on the third day, the Bhagavan Ratnasambhava and his accompanying deities, along with the light path from the human world, will come to receive one simultaneously. Again, calling the deceased by name, the setting face to face is thus. O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the third day, the primal form of the element earth will shine forth as a yellow light. At that time, from the southern realm endowed with glory, the Bhagavan Ratnasambhava, yellow in color, bearing a jewel in his hand, seated upon a horse throne, and embraced by the Divine Mother, Sanye Chanma, will shine upon thee. The two, yellow in color, bearing a jewel in his hand, seated upon a horse throne, and embraced by the Divine Mother, Sanye Chanma, will shine upon thee. The two Bodhisattvas, Akasha Bharba and Samanta Bhadra, attended by the two female Bodhisattvas, Malema and Dupima, in all 6 Bodhic forms, will come to shine from amidst a rainbow halo of light, the aggregate of touch in its primal form, as the yellow light of the wisdom of equality, dazzlingly yellow, glorified with orbs having satellite orbs of radiance, so clear and bright that the eye can scarcely look upon it, will strike against thee. Side by side with it, the dull bluish yellow light from the human world will also strike against thy heart, along with the wisdom light. Thereupon, through the power of egotism, thou wilt beget a fear for the dazzling yellow light and wilt wish to flee from it. Thou wilt be fondly attracted towards the dull bluish yellow light from the human world. At that time, do not fear that bright, dazzling yellow, transparent light, but know it to be wisdom. In that state, keeping thy mind resigned, trust in it earnestly and humbly. If thou knowest it to be the radiance of thine own intellect, although thou exertest not thy humility and faith and prayer to it, the divine body and light will merge into thee inseparably, and thou wilt obtain Buddhahood. If thou dost not recognize the radiance of thine own intellect, think with faith. It is the radiance of the grace of the Bhagavan Ratnasambhava. I will take refuge in it and pray. It is the hook of the grace rays of the Bhagavan Ratnasambhava. Believe in it. Be not fond of that dull bluish yellow light from the human world. That is the path of thine accumulated propensities of violent egotism to receive thee. If thou art attracted by it, thou wilt be born in the human world and have to suffer birth, age, sickness, and death, and thou wilt have no chance of getting out of the quagmire of worldly existence. That is an interruption to obstruct thy path of liberation. Therefore, look not upon it, and abandon egotism, abandon propensities. Be not attracted towards it, be not weak. Act so as to trust in that bright, dazzling light. Put thine earnest thought one-pointedly upon the Bhagavan Ratnasambhava, and pray thus. Alas, when wandering in the samsara because of the power of violent egotism, on the radiant light path of the wisdom of equality, may I be led by the Bhagavan Ratnasambhava. May the Divine Mother, she of the Buddha eye, be my rear guard. May I be led safely across the fearful ambush of the Bardo, and may I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. By praying thus, with deep humility and faith, thou wilt merge into the heart of the Bhagavan Ratnasambhava, the Divine Father-Mother, in halo of rainbow light, and attain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, in the southern realm endowed with glory. The fourth day. By thus being set face to face, however weak the mental faculties may be, there is no doubt of one's gaining liberation. Yet, though so often set face to face, there are classes of men who, having created much bad karma, or having failed in observance of vows, or their lot for higher development being altogether lacking, prove unable to recognize their obscurations and evil karma from covetousness and miserliness produce awe of the sounds and radiances, and they flee. If one be one of these classes, then on the fourth day, the Bhagavan Amiteba and his attendant deities, together with the light path from the Pretaloka, proceeding from miserliness and attachment, will come to receive one simultaneously. Again, the setting face to face is calling the deceased by name, thus: O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the fourth day, the red light, which is the primal form of the element fire, will shine. At that time, from the red western realm of happiness, the Bhagavan Buddha Amiteba, red in color, bearing a lotus in his hand, seated upon a peacock throne and embraced by the Divine Mother Gokarmo, will shine upon thee, together with the Bodhisattvas Chenrazi and Jampal, attended by the female Bodhisattvas Gautima and Alok. The 6 bodies of enlightenment will shine upon thee from amidst the halo of rainbow light. The primal form of the aggregate of feelings, as the red light of the all-discriminating wisdom, glitteringly red, glorified with orbs and satellite orbs, bright, transparent, glorious and dazzling, proceeding from the heart of the Divine Mother, Amiteba, will strike against thy heart so radiantly that thou wilt scarcely be able to look upon it. Fear it not. Along with it, a dull red light from the Pretaloka, coming side by side with the light of wisdom, will also shine upon thee. Act so that thou shalt not be fond of it. Abandon attachment and weakness for it. At that time, through the influence of intense attachment, thou wilt become terrified by the dazzling red light, and wilt wish to flee from it, and thou wilt beget a fondness for that dull red light of the Pretaloka. At that time, be not afraid of the glorious, dazzling, transparent, radiant red light, recognizing it as wisdom. Keeping thine intellect in a state of resignation, thou wilt merge into it inseparably and attain Buddhahood. If thou dost not recognize it, think, it is the rays of the grace of the Bhagavan Amiteba, and I will take refuge in it. And trusting humbly in it, pray unto it. That is the hook rays of the grace of the Bhagavan Amiteba. Trust in it humbly, flee not. Even if thou fleest, it will follow thee inseparably from thyself. Fear it not. Be not attracted towards the dull red light of the Pritaloka. That is the light path proceeding from the accumulations of thine intense attachment to samsaric existence, which hath come to receive thee. If thou be attached thereto, thou wilt fall into the world of unhappy spirits, and suffer unbearable misery from hunger and thirst. Thou wilt have no chance of gaining liberation therein. That dull red light is an interruption to obstruct thee on the path of liberation. Be not attached to it, and abandon habitual propensities. Be not weak. Trust in the bright dazzling red light. In the Bhagavan Amiteba, the Father Mother, put thy trust one-pointedly and pray thus. Alas, when wandering in the samsara because of the power of intense attachment, on the radiant light path of the discriminating wisdom, may I be led by the Bhagavan Amiteba. May the Divine Mother, she of white raiment, be my rear guard. May I be safely led across the dangerous ambush of the Bardo, and may I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. By praying thus, humbly and earnestly, thou wilt merge into the heart of the Divine Father-Mother, the Bhagavan Amiteba, in halo of rainbow light, and attain Buddhahood in the Sambhogakaya, in the Western realm named Happy. The fifth day. It is impossible that one should not be liberated thereby. Yet, though thus set face to face, sentient beings, unable, through long association with propensities, to abandon propensities, and through bad karma and jealousy, awe and terror being produced by the sounds and radiances, the hook rays of grace failing to catch hold of them, wander down also to the fifth day. If one be such a sentient being, thereupon the Bhagavan Amoga Siddhi, with his attendant deities and the light rays of his grace, will come to receive one. A light proceeding from the Asura Loka, produced by the evil passion of jealousy, will also come to receive one. The setting face to face at that time is, calling the deceased by name, thus: O nobly born, listen undistractedly. On the fifth day, the green light of the primal form of the element air will shine upon thee. At that time, from the green northern realm of successful performance of best actions, the Bhagavan Buddha Amoga Siddhi, green in color, bearing a crossed dorje in hand, seated upon a sky-traversing harpy throne, embraced by the Divine Mother, the faithful Dolma, will shine upon thee with his attendants. The two bodhisattvas, Chagna Dorje and Dibpanamsel, attended by two female bodhisattvas, Gandhema and Nidhema. These 6 Bodhic forms, from amidst the halo of rainbow light, will come to shine. The primal form of the aggregate of volition, shining as the green light of the all-performing wisdom, dazzlingly green, transparent and radiant, glorious and terrifying, beautified with orbs surrounded by satellite orbs of radiance, issuing from the heart of the Divine Father-Mother, Amoga Siddhi, green in color, will strike against thy heart, so wondrously bright that thou wilt scarcely be able to look at it. Fear it not. That is the natural power of the wisdom of thine own intellect. Abide in the state of great resignation and impartiality. Along with it, as such, the green light of the all-performing wisdom, a light of dull green color from the Asura Loka, produced from the cause of the feeling of jealousy, coming side by side with the wisdom rays, will shine upon thee. Meditate upon it with impartiality, with neither repulsion nor attraction. Be not fond of it. If thou art of low mental capacity, be not fond of it. Thereupon, through the influence of intense jealousy, thou wilt be terrified at the dazzling radiance of the green light, and wilt wish to flee from it, and thou wilt beget a fondness for that dull green light of the Asura Loka. At that time, fear not the glorious and transparent, radiant and dazzling green light, but know it to be wisdom. and in that state allow thine intellect to rest in resignation. Or else think, it is the hook rays of the light of grace of the Bhagavan Amoga Siddhi, which is the all-performing wisdom. Believe thus on it. Flee not from it. Even though thou shouldst flee from it, it will follow thee inseparably from thyself. Fear it not. Be not fond of that dull green light of the Asura Loka. That is the karmic path of acquired intense jealousy, which hath come to receive thee. If thou art attracted by it, thou wilt fall into the Asura Loka and have to engage in unbearable miseries of quarreling and warfare. That is an interruption to obstruct thy path of liberation. Be not attracted by it. Abandon thy propensities. Be not weak. Trust in the dazzling green radiance, and, putting aside thy whole thought one-pointedly upon the Divine Father-Mother, the Bhagavan Amoga Siddhi, pray thus. Alas, when wandering in the samsara because of the power of intense jealousy, on the radiant light path of the all-performing wisdom, may I be led by the Bhagavan Amoga Siddhi. May the Divine Mother, the faithful Tera, be my rear guard. May I be led safely across the dangerous ambush of the Bardo, and may I be placed in the state of the all-perfect Buddhahood. By prayer thus, with intense faith and humility, thou wilt merge into the heart of the Divine Father-Mother, the Bhagavan Amoga Siddhi, in halo of rainbow light, and attain Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, in the northern realm of heaped-up good deeds. The sixth day. Being thus set face to face at various stages, however weak one's karmic connections may be, one should have recognized in one or the other of them, and where one has recognized in any of them, it is impossible not to be liberated. Yet, although set face to face so very often in that manner, one long habituated to strong propensities and lacking in familiarity with, and pure affection for, wisdom, may be led backwards by the power of one's own evil inclinations, despite these many introductions. The hook rays of the light of grace may not be able to catch hold of one. One may still wander downwards because of one's begetting the feeling of awe and terror of the lights and rays. Thereupon, all the divine fathers mothers of the 5 orders of Dhyana Buddhas, with their attendants, will come to shine upon one simultaneously. At the same time, the lights proceeding from the 6 lokas will likewise come to shine upon one simultaneously. The setting face to face for that is, calling the deceased by name, thus: O nobly born, until yesterday each of the 5 orders of deities had shone upon thee, one by one, and thou hadst been set face to face, but, owing to the influence of thine evil propensities, thou wert awed and terrified by them, and hast remained here till now. If thou hadst recognized the radiances of the 5 orders of wisdom to be the emanations from thine own thought forms, ere this thou wouldst have obtained Buddhahood in the Sambhoga Kaya, through having been absorbed into the halo of rainbow light in one or another of the 5 orders of Buddhas. But now look on undistractedly. Now the lights of all 5 orders, called the lights of the union of 4 wisdoms, will come to receive thee. Act so as to know them. O nobly born, on this, the 6th day, the 4 colors of the primal states of the 4 elements, water, earth, fire, air, will shine upon thee simultaneously. At that time, from the central realm of the spreading forth of sea, the Buddha Vairocana, the Divine Father-Mother, with the attendant deities will come to shine upon thee. From the eastern realm of preeminent happiness, the Buddha Vajrasattva, the Divine Father-Mother, with the attendant deities will come to shine upon thee. From the southern realm, endowed with glory, the Buddha Ratnasambhava, the Divine Father-Mother, with the attendant deities will come to shine upon thee. From the happy western realm of headed-up lotuses, the Buddha Amitabha, the Divine Father-Mother, along with the attendant deities, will come to shine upon thee. From the northern realm of perfected good deeds, the Buddha Amoghasiddhi, the Divine Father Mother, along with the attendants, will come amidst a halo of rainbow light to shine upon thee at this very moment. O nobly born, on the outer circle of these 5 pair of Dhyani Buddhas, the 4 doorkeepers, the wrathful ones, the victorious one, the destroyer of the Lord of Death, the horse-necked king, the urn of nectar, with the 4 female doorkeepers, the goad-bearer, the noose-bearer, the chain-bearer, and the bell-bearer, along with the Buddha of the Devas, named the one of supreme power, the Buddha of the Asuras, named he of strong texture, the Buddha of mankind, named the lion of the Shakyas, the Buddha of the brute kingdom, named the unshakable lion, the Buddha of the Pretas, named the one of flaming mouth, and the Buddha of the lower world, named the King of Truth. These, the 8 father-mother doorkeepers, and the 6 teachers, the victorious ones, will come to shine too. The all-good Father and the all-good Mother, the great ancestors of all the Buddhas, Samatha Bhadra and Samanta Bhadre, the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. These 2 also will come to shine. These 42 perfectly endowed deities issuing from within thy heart, being the product of thine own pure love, will come to shine. Know them. O nobly born, these realms are not come from somewhere outside thyself. They come from within the 4 divisions of thy heart, which, including its center, make the 5 directions. They issue from within there, and whine upon thee. The deities, too, are not come from somewhere else. They exist from eternity within the faculties of thine own intellect. Know them to be of that nature. O nobly born, the size of all these deities is not large, not small, but proportionate. They have their ornaments, their colors, their sitting postures, their thrones, and the emblems that each holds. These deities are formed into groups of 5 pairs, each group of 5 being surrounded by a 5-fold circle of radiances, the male bodhisattvas partaking of the nature of the Divine Fathers, and the female bodhisattvas partaking of the nature of the Divine Mothers. All these divine conclaves will come to shine upon thee in one complete conclave. They are thine own tutelary deities. Know them to be such. O nobly born, from the hearts of the Divine Fathers and Mothers of the 5 orders, the rays of light of the 4 wisdoms united, extremely clear and fine, like the rays of the sun spun into threads, will come and shine upon thee and strike against thy heart. On that path of radiance there will come to shine glorious orbs of lights, blue in color, emitting rays, the Dharma Dhatu, wisdom itself, each appearing like an inverted turquoise cap, surrounded by similar orbs, smaller in size, more glorious, with 5 yet smaller satellite orbs dotted round about with 5 starry spots of light of the same nature, leaving neither the center nor the borders of the blue light path unglorified by the orbs and the smaller satellite orbs. From the heart of Varahasattva, the white light path of the mirror-like wisdom, white and transparent, glorious and dazzling, glorious and terrifying, made more glorious with orbs surrounded by smaller orbs of transparent and radiant light upon it, each like an inverted mirror, will come to shine. From the heart of Ratnasambhava, the yellow light path of the wisdom of equality, glorified with yellow orbs of radiance, each like an inverted gold cup, surrounded by smaller orbs, and these with yet smaller orbs, will come to shine. From the heart of Amiteba, the transparent, bright red light path of the discriminating wisdom, upon which are orbs, like inverted coral cups, emitting rays of wisdom, extremely bright and dazzling, each glorified with 5 satellite orbs of the same nature, leaving neither the center nor the borders of the red light path unglorified, with orbs and smaller satellite orbs, will come to shine. These will come to shine against thy heart simultaneously. O nobly born, all those are the radiances of thine own intellectual faculties come to shine. They have not come from any other place. Be not attracted towards them. Be not weak. Be not terrified, but abide in the mood of non-thought formation. In that state, all the forms and radiances will merge into thyself, and Buddhahood will be obtained. The green light path of the wisdom of perfected actions will not shine upon thee, because the wisdom faculty of thine intellect hath not been perfectly developed. O nobly born, those are called the lights of the four wisdoms united. Whence proceeds that which is called the inner path through Avarhasattva. At that time, thou must remember the teachings of the setting face to face, which thou hast had from thy Guru. If thou hast remembered the purport of the settings face to face, thou wilt have recognized all these lights which have shone upon thee as being the reflection of thine own inner light, and having recognized them as intimate friends, thou wilt have believed in them and have understood them at the meeting, as a son understandeth his mother. And, believing in the unchanging nature of the pure and holy truth,
Liberation through hearing in the Bardo. Here I, Padmasambhava, shall explain the profound meaning of liberation through hearing for the ones who have arrived at the time of death. Among the three kinds of bardos, the first is the time of the bardo of dying. Give this advice in a pleasant and clear manner. Those of the highest capacity will be liberated through this. Fortunate one of noble family, listen one pointedly. Pay heed. Do not wander. Every experience in this world is Mara's dreamlike illusion. Everything is impermanent. Everyone is subject to death. Noble one, turn away from further painful states. The experiences of whiteness, redness, and blackness are all the magical display of your mind. These experiences are nothing other than yourself. Do not be afraid. Do not fear them. Now it seems that you are losing consciousness. Outer appearances resemble the sky at dawn. Inner experience resembles the flame of a butter lamp in a vase. Remain one-pointedly in the clarity of non-thought.
Now, imagine yourself standing in a vast desert at dawn. The sky is painted in hues of gold. The first rays of the sun stretch across the horizon, casting long shadows on endless dunes of sand. The air is warm, dry, and rich with the scent of ancient stone and sacred fire. A gentle breeze brushes against your skin, and grains of golden sand dance through the air like whispers. You're not alone here. The land itself feels alive, watching, waiting, as if it remembers you. You begin to walk forward. With each step, your connection to the earth deepens. You are walking across sacred ground toward a destiny written in light. As you move through the golden landscape, symbols begin to appear in the sand, hieroglyphs glowing faintly beneath your feet, an ancient language pulsing with energy. The dunes begin to part, revealing a path of smooth stone, lined with golden torches flickering with sacred flame. As you walk this path, you notice the desert awakening around you. From behind the dunes, sacred animals begin to appear, jackals, falcons, lions, all walking alongside you in silence, guardians of this sacred moment.
Conquer your stress with Hypnos today.
Guided meditation and visualization. Exercise for wisdom and healing. Find a quiet, comfortable space where you won't be disturbed. Dim the lights or light a candle to create a serene atmosphere. Sit comfortably with your back straight, either on a chair with feet flat on the ground or cross-legged on a cushion. Rest your hands gently on your knees or in your lap. Set a clear intention for this.
Palm trees sway in the distance, and an oasis briefly shimmers before vanishing like a mirage. The air carries the sound of distant chanting, layered with the rhythm of ancient drums, as if the past is singing you forward. In the distance, you see the outline of a grand temple rising from the earth, ornate, radiant, regal, a temple of Ra. You walk this sacred path slowly, reverently. With each step you feel lighter. The sun above you shines brighter. Your heart begins to glow with its own fire, echoing the pulse of the ancient sun.
This luminosity of death is Buddha mind itself. Rest naturally. Do not try to fabricate or change anything. Noble one, in this way you were liberated into Dharmakaya. Now comes the second bardo of Dharmata. Fortunate noble one, listen one pointedly. Pay heed. Do not wander. Earlier, you did not recognize awareness. For the next 7 days, all of your experience unfolds as rainbows and lights, as rays and spheres, and as the bodily forms of deities. All sublime displays of means and knowledge of the 5 Buddha families. Do not be afraid. Do not be terrified by the brilliant colors and lights. They are your natural expressions. Decide on that. Would overcome in battle. It makes your prayer very short. In it, you learn how to reject and forget the world. God cannot be known by reason, nor by thought, caught, or sought by understanding. In the innate natural continuity, I bow to the great perfection. Beyond meditation, modification, and change. Without distraction or fixation. Endowed with a core of awareness and transcending the conceptual mind that deliberately accepts and rejects. This is the vital essence of the tantras of the luminous great perfection, the heart essence of Padma, the heart blood of the Dakinis. It is the ultimate meaning that transcends the gradual approach of the 9 vehicles. It can be expressed only through the power of the wisdom mind transmission. for the sake of those yogi meditators who are single-mindedly dedicated to the supreme essential meaning, I have composed this text. Not through restrictive conceptual analysis, but from the treasury of the vast expanse of the wisdom mind. Here, one's pure aspirations made in past lifetimes are joined with meeting a fully qualified holy guru who holds the ultimate lineage of realization. Then, if you know how to supplicate, through surrendering to such a teacher with complete trust, and with fervent, single-minded yearning faith, your devotion will serve as the contributing condition, and the Guru's realization will be transferred to the disciple. This nature, free from conceptual elaborations, is the natural state of the great perfection, which cannot be shown by words or examples. It is an unimpeded manifestation without limitations, and it does not fall into extreme views. It is the immediate awareness of directly cutting through, which never sheds its coat nor changes colour. As meditation has fully become just this, you have purified the attachment to meditating. Released from the chains of view and meditation, certainty is born from within. The thinker is gone. But God can be love, and chosen by the true, loving will of your heart. Even the most ignorant person on earth can experience union with God in perfect love by practicing contemplation in the beauty of humility. Do this work until you feel the delight of it. Be very careful how you spend your time. there is nothing more precious. In the twinkling of an eye, heaven may be won or lost. There exists only the present instant. A now, which always and without end is itself new. There is no yesterday, nor any tomorrow, but only now, as it was 1,000 years ago, and as it will be 1,000 years hence. People who dwell in God dwell in the eternal now. God cannot know itself without me. Existence itself stands in need of nothing, for it lacks nothing, whereas everything else needs it, because outside of it, there is nothing. Nothingness stands in need of existence, as a sick man lacks health and is in need. Health has no need of a sick man. The desires of this world are like practice. Who should be doing all that? To whom? You to yourself. I have looked for myself for years and have found no trace of anything but an object. Why was that? The question is the same. Who is looking for what? And the answer? That which I was looking for was this which was looking. So you have found yourself after all. Never. How so? There was no thing to be found. The sought was the searcher, and the searcher was the sought, and nothing of the kind existed as an object. And so then Machig spoke. For 99 years, I have worked for the benefit of beings. Now this work...
You're not going to believe this. There's a flashlight out there so powerful, it's practically a lightsaber you can slide into your pocket. This isn't some cheap gimmick. It's a survival tool so advanced, it can melt metal, start fires, and even cook an egg when you're out in the wild. Flashlights have come a long way, right? Every year they...
Atma Sak Shatkara, all comprehensive knowledge. I shall tell you about a different way to reach that reality which pervades heartless in all. Too subtle, though, to be grasped by the mind. by which the knowledge of awareness is well attained, knowing which is to become Shiva himself. What has not been told to any by me, today from me, that wisdom here, handed down by the lineage of gurus and beyond the ken of logicians. This is for liberation from the bondage of the birth-death cycle. The lovers of Brahman ask, what is the source of this universe? What is Brahman? From where do we come? Simply become aware of the reactions of the mind. With this all-encompassing attention, one starts on the practice to self-knowing. For the restless mind and thoughts that travel towards the past or future, dissipates our energy permanently and damaging. Each thought, desire, image, or emotion has its own energy, creating its momentum. By simply watching the reactions of the mind, calmly and objectively, it dissipates the wasteful energies. one can immediately feel the effects of this practice. Here, one finds calm, one finds stillness, one finds a new, alive energy. We encounter the movement of the mind with the flame of total attention, noticing the aliveness of life in its continuous flow. I bow down to the all-powerful Buddha, whose mind is free of attachment, who, in his compassion and wisdom, has taught the inexpressible. In truth, there is no birth. Then surely no cessation or liberation. The Buddha is like the sky, and all beings have that nature. Neither samsara nor nirvana exist, but all is a complex continuum with an intrinsic face of void. The object of ultimate awareness. The nature of all things appears like a reflection, pure and naturally quiescent, with a non-dual identity of suchness. The common mind imagines a self where there is nothing at all, and it conceives of emotional states, happiness, suffering, and equanimity. The 6 states of being in samsara, the happiness of heaven, the suffering of hell, are all false creations, figments of mind. Likewise, the ideas of bad action causing suffering, old age, disease, and death, and the idea that virtue leads to happiness are mere ideas, unreal notions. Like an artist frightened by the devil they paint, the sufferer in samsara is terrified by their own imagination. Like a man caught in quicksand, thrashing and struggling about, so beings drown in the mess of their own thoughts. Mistaking fantasy for reality causes an experience of suffering. Mind is poisoned by interpretation of consciousness of form. Dissolving figment and fantasy with a mind of compassionate insight, remain in perfect awareness in order to help all beings. So acquiring conventional virtue, freed from the web of interpretive thought, unsurpassable understanding is gained. as Buddha, friend to the world. Knowing the relativity of all, the ultimate truth is always seen, dismissing the idea of beginning, middle, and end. The flow is seen as emptiness. So all samsara and nirvana is seen as it is, empty and insubstantial, naked and changeless, eternally quiescent and illumined. As the figments of a dream dissolve upon waking, so the confusion of samsara fades away in enlightenment. Idealizing things of no substance as eternal, substantial, and satisfying, shrouding them in a fog of desire, the round of existence arises. The nature of beings is unborn, yet commonly beings are conceived to exist. Both beings and their ideas are false beliefs. It is nothing but an artifice of mind, this birth into an illusory becoming, into a world of good and evil action, with good or bad rebirth to follow. When the wheel of mind ceases to turn, all things come to an end. So there is nothing inherently substantial, and all things are utterly pure. This great ocean of samsara, full of delusive thought, can be crossed in the boat universal approach. Who can reach the other side without it? To the few things I had learned so far on the way to my true aim in life, this new thing was now added. A surrendering to nature's irrational forms produces in us a feeling of inner harmony with the will that gave rise to these forms. We soon feel the temptation of thinking of them as being our own moods, our own creations, and see the boundaries separating us from nature begin to quiver and dissolve. We become acquainted with that state of mind in which we are unable to decide whether the images on our retina are the result of external impressions or come from within. In no other way than through this practice do we discover so simply and easily how very creative we are. How much our soul always participates in the perpetual creation of the world. For it is the same indivisible divinity that is active through us and in nature. Yes, every natural form is latent within us, originates in the soul, whose essence is eternity, whose essence we cannot know, but which most often intimates itself to us as the power to love and create. In this highest state of supreme God consciousness, there is no need of spiritual progress. No contemplation. no art of expression, no investigation, no meditation, no concentration, no recitation, exertion, or practice. Tell me then. The thinker is gone without a trace. You are no longer benefited by good thoughts, harmed by bad thoughts, or misled by thoughts of an indeterminate nature. Expanse and awareness have become all-pervasive. And so the spiritual qualities, which are the signs of the path, have been actualized. Even the names of so-called errors, diversions, and ways of straying do not exist. However, although this teaching is the pinnacle of all vehicles, there are individuals of the superior, middling, and lesser categories. Since it is difficult to find those disciples of the most superior acumen, there might be misunderstandings between guru and disciple. In that case, even if the disciple meditates, due to this shortcoming, he or she will find it difficult to develop good qualities and will go astray. In relation to this, from the viewpoint of the personal meditation practice of those who follow a gradual path, there are the 3 stages. Intellectual understanding, actual experience, and realization. We do not. We study by tangibly, practically, actually living the light of ourself that has already been disclosed, and by ending our reticence to surrender. This study is related to no organization. It has grown out of no religious group. This is not a special theology more related to one church than another, or more to one metaphysics than another. The truth is the truth is the truth, not strained through any organization. It follows no particular line of teachers. The truth does not come out of any faith, organization, teacher, philosophy, or holy book. The truth includes all that has ever been construed to be any and every teacher, philosophy, or holy book. The truth we are concerned with is the truth of the single selfhood, being the awareness of these words. There is one truth only, the fact of identity, the truth I am. But we study best by returning to the native, intuitive, heartfelt child we are. What is referred to as the profundities of paradox may titillate and inspire us, but the child we are understands them. To those who struggle for their divinity in the diverse places conditioned thinking dictates, those bewitching webs of erudition that titillate the personal ego rather than dismiss it, the light remains forever a mystery. Oh, but it comes, it comes. The light comes in good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over, and put into the lap of those who are willing to let go the vaunted self, to act the simple child of God we are, in fact, already. So we see the light of the inexpressible demands only the sacrifice of a phantom role we play. But the surrender of anything less is the dream of darkness perpetuated. But we are not struggling to destroy the ego or our mortal identity. We are about the effortless business of letting go the belief of an ego or a mortal identity. The belief of a separate personality capable of possessing this now awareness is exploded and ended in the heart. Here in the heart, one finds truth, the eternal flame, the all-consuming fire, destined to overcome the world of fictitious separateness. The most tenacious belief is the insanity that one must be either a leader or a follower. Allness leads what? Singleness follows. With an empty mind and an open heart, let yourself be naked before grace. Let your mind rest in this dark awareness of God, in all of this naked existence. It is not who you are or what you've been that God sees with merciful eyes, but what you want to be. Contemplative prayer, when done right, is a respectful love and ripe fruit. It's the cloud of unknowing, the hidden love longing offered by a pure spirit. It takes you into silence, far from thoughts and words. It makes your prayer very short. In it, you learn how to reject and forget the world. God cannot be known by reason, nor by thought, caught, or sought by understanding. But God can be love, and chosen by the true, loving will of your heart. Even the most ignorant person on earth can experience union with God in perfect love by practicing contemplation in the beauty of humility. Do this work until you feel the delight of it. Be very careful how you spend your time. There is nothing more precious. In the twinkling of an eye, heaven may be won or lost. This work of contemplation is far from fantasy, false imagining, or strange opinion. For these are produced not by the stirring of love, but by a proud, ingenious, and fanciful intellect. Such a proud, ingenious intellect must always be overcome if the work of contemplation is to be truly undertaken in purity of spirit. The universes which are amenable to the intellect can never satisfy the instincts of the heart. By love, God can be embraced and held, but not by thinking. No matter how sacred, no thought can ever promise to help you in the work of contemplative prayer, because only love, not knowledge, can help us reach God. Sometimes God may send out a ray of divine light, piercing this cloud of unknowing between you and the divine, and letting you see some of the ineffable mysteries. You'll feel on fire with this love. I can't describe this experience. It's beyond words. My foolish human tongue can't describe God's grace. Even if I dared, I would refuse. And that's that. So lift up your heart to God with a gentle stirring of love. The first time you practice contemplation, you'll only experience a darkness, like a cloud of unknowing. You won't know what this is. You'll only know that in your will, you feel a simple reaching out to the divine. When I say darkness, I mean the absence of knowing. Whatever you don't know and whatever you've forgotten are dark to you because you don't see them with your spiritual eyes. For the same reason, by cloud, I don't mean a cloud in the sky, but a cloud of unknowing between you and God. You must also know that this darkness and this cloud will always be between you and God, whatever you do. We cannot penetrate this cloud of unknowing with any thoughts or through the intellect, but we can penetrate these clouds through love. We may shoot humble impulses of love through the cloud and thereby access God, not with our thoughts, but with our love. This is an echo of Gregory the Great's well-known phrase, "Love itself is a kind of knowing." So be sure you make your home in this darkness and in this cloud of unknowing. Stay there as long as you can, crying out to God over and over again with pure love. It's the closest you can get to God here on earth, by waiting in this darkness and in this cloud. Work at this diligently, and God's mercy will lead you there. If you are to experience God, or to see God at all, insofar as it is possible here, it must always be in this cloud. So I encourage you, bow eagerly to love. Follow its humble stirrings in your heart. Let it guide you in this life, and it will bring you safely to eternal bliss in the next. Love is the essence of all goodness. Without it, no kind work is ever begun or finished. Simply put, love is goodwill in harmony with God. Simply sit relaxed and quiet. Center all your attention and desire on God. And let this be the sole concern of your mind and heart. If you want to gather this focus into one word, making it easier to grasp, select a little word of one syllable, not two. The shorter the word, the more it helps the work of the Spirit. God, or love, works well. Pick one of these or any other word you like. as long as it is one syllable. Fasten to your heart. Fix your mind on it permanently, so nothing can dislodge it. Don't analyze words at length, because studying them isn't the same as doing the work of contemplative prayer. Only grace gives this gift. Be as simple in your loving contemplation of God's being as you are in the naked contemplation of your own self. Don't analyze God's being or yours. Let go of thinking and worship the divine with all that you are, as you are, embracing it fully, for its own sake only, nothing more. Because the happy essence, both of God and of you, is God. If you want to make this cloud an integral part of your life, so you can live and work there, you must do one more thing. Complete the cloud of unknowing with the cloud of forgetting. To the cloud of unknowing above you and between you and God, add the cloud of forgetting beneath you, between you and creation. If the cloud of unknowing makes you feel alienated from God, that's only because you've not yet put a cloud of forgetting between you and everything in creation. When I say everything in creation, I mean not only the creatures themselves, but also everything they do and are, as well as the circumstances in which they find themselves. There are no exceptions. You must forget everything. Hide all created things, material and spiritual, good and bad, under the cloud of forgetting. As long as you're thinking about anything, it's an obstacle between you and God. And the more you have in your mind that is not God, the further away you are. So let go of every clever, persuasive thought. Put it down and cover it with a thick cloud of forgetting. The mind is always distorted in some way, warping our work. And at its worst, our intellect can lead us to great error. When distracting thoughts press down on you, when they stand between you and God and stubbornly demand your attention, pretend you don't even notice them. Try looking over their shoulders as if you're searching for something else. And you are. That something else is God, hidden in a cloud of unknowing. Doing this, the work of contemplation will start getting easier for you. When tried and understood, this spiritual technique is nothing but an intense longing for God. The desire to feel and see the divine as we can here. This longing is true love, and love always deserves the peace it wins. If you can sit and do nothing, then you can do virtually anything. There's another trick you can try. When exhausted from fighting your thoughts, when you're unable to put them down, fall down before them and cower like a captive or a coward overcome in battle. Give up. Accept that it's foolish for you to fight them any longer. Do this, and you'll find that in the hands of your enemies, you are surrendering to God. Let yourself feel defeated. Accept your failure. And always keep this plan in mind. Because when you try it, you'll discover that you melt like water. During contemplative prayer, steer clear of withdrawing into yourself. Also, you should not be outside, above, behind, or on one side or the other of yourself. Where then, you ask, will I be? If I take your advice, I'll end up nowhere. You're right. Well said. That's exactly where I want you, because nowhere physically is everywhere spiritually. Make sure that your contemplative work is fully detached from the physical. Obviously, during contemplative prayer, your body's 5 senses and your soul's powers will think that you are doing nothing because they find nothing to feed on. But don't let that stop you. Keep on working at this nothing. As long as you're doing it for God's love. Persevere in contemplation with a renewed longing in your will to have God. Remembering that your intellect cannot possess God. For I would rather be nowhere physically, wrestling with this obscure nothing, than be a powerful, rich Lord, able to go wherever I want, whenever I want, always amusing myself with every something that I own. So abandon the worlds everywhere and something in exchange for this infinitely more valuable nowhere and nothing. Don't be bothered that your intellect is unable to comprehend it. I love it even more for its inscrutability. Its infinite worth makes it incomprehensible. Also, remember that you can more easily feel this nothing than see it. It can be experienced, but not grasped. That's why it seems completely hidden and totally dark to those who've only been looking at it for a very short time. Let me clarify this concept of dark here. When a person experiences this nothing, the soul is blinded by an abundance of spiritual light and not by actual darkness or by an absence of physical light. So who labels this nothing? That would be the outer self. Our inner self calls it all. Because experiencing this nothing gives us an intuitive sense of all creation, both physical and spiritual, without paying special attention to any one thing. So work diligently in this nothing, which is nowhere. Put aside your exterior ways of knowing, such as your five senses and their objects of interest. Because I'm telling you that this contemplative work can't be accomplished by them. God has none of these dimensions. In fact, nothing spiritual has these characteristics. So stop trying to work with your body's senses in any way. Abandon them entirely. Those people who start the inner work of contemplation with the belief that they're supposed to hear, smell, see, taste, or touch spiritual things, inside or outside, are truly misled. They work against nature, taking the wrong approach. Although God has ordained that our body's senses should teach us about all external and physical things, I mean that in no way do the senses' various positive activities help us understand spiritual things. Whenever we hear or read about something that our body's superficial senses cannot describe to us in any way, we can be sure that this thing is spiritual and not physical. We have the same experience in contemplative work when we use our spiritual sense in our struggle to know God. It doesn't matter how much profound wisdom we possess about created spiritual beings. Our understanding cannot help us gain knowledge about any uncreated spiritual being who is God alone. But the failure of understanding can help us. When we reach the end of what we know, that's where we find God. That's why Saint Dionysius said, "The best, most divine knowledge of God is that which is known by not knowing." When your soul is engaged in contemplation, it doesn't worry or feel doubt. It's totally at peace because it knows exactly what it's supposed to do. Also, when practicing this prayer, your soul is purified and transformed. You become discerning, and you no longer want to wander from the path as much. Go forth and gently conquer them. Be humble and passionate in this work. Persevere. Contemplation begins on earth, but continues in eternity. Love never ends. There exists only the present instant. A now, which always and without end is itself new. There is no yesterday, nor any tomorrow, but only now, as it was 1,000 years ago, and as it will be 1,000 years hence. People who dwell in God dwell in the eternal now. God cannot know itself without me. Existence itself stands in need of nothing, for it lacks nothing, whereas everything else needs it, because outside of it, there is nothing. Nothingness stands in need of existence, as a sick man lacks health and is in need. Health has no need of a sick man. To want nothing, therefore, characterizes the highest perfection, is fullest and purest existence. Everything is meant to be lost, that the soul may stand in unhampered nothingness. The shell must be cracked apart if what is in it is to come out. For if you want the kernel, you must break the shell. And therefore, if you want to discover nature's nakedness, you must destroy its symbols. And the farther you get in, the nearer you come to its essence. When you come to the one that gathers all things up into itself, there you must stay. The soul in which this birth is to take place must keep absolutely pure and must live in noble fashion, quite collected and turned entirely inward. Not running out through the five senses into the multiplicity of creatures, but all interned and collected, and in the purest part, there is God's place. He disdains anything else. The soul is scattered abroad among her powers and dissipated in the action of each. Thus her ability to work inwardly is enfeebled, for a scattered power is imperfect. Do not imagine that your reason can grow to the knowledge of truth, of God. Whoever possesses God in their being has the presence in a divine manner, and it shines out to them in all things. For them, all things taste of God. And in all things, It is God's image that they see. It is a certain and necessary truth that one who resigns their will wholly to God will catch God and bind God. So that God can do nothing but what that person wills.
Introducing Wegovy through Hers. Lose weight and keep it off with this FDA-approved treatment for weight loss. Now available at an affordable price for 50% off. Lose weight and pay less with Wegovy through Hers. Start today at forhers.com.
Our family commitment to high quality, real, natural cheese. Sargento, a promise you can taste.
theologians and other clerks, you won't understand this book, however bright your wits, if you do not meet it humbly. And in this way, love and faith mount reason, for they are the protectors of reason's house. Simply become aware of the reactions of the mind. With this all-encompassing attention, one starts on the practice to self-knowing. For the restless mind and thoughts that travel towards the past or future dissipates our energy permanently and damaging. Each thought, desire, image, or emotion has its own energy, creating its momentum. By simply watching the reactions of the mind, calmly and objectively, it dissipates the wasteful energies. one can immediately feel the effects of this practice. Here, one finds calm, one finds stillness, one finds a new, alive energy. We encounter the movement of the mind with the flame of total attention, noticing the aliveness of life in its continuous flow. Without the light and serenity provided by attention, nothing can be understood in a real way. In the light of attention, any reaction of the mind, a thought, an image, fear, desire, which functions chaotically, obsessively, and dominates us, is instantly dissolved. In the psychological void that follows, a new mind appears, expanding into infinity as a state of pure consciousness, pure understanding, as well as transformative action. When lucid attention is our constant companion, we light the path of our life. And through this light, all the residues which degrade us morally and spiritually are dissipated. It also offers us the moral capacity to not commit other errors. Therefore, our whole work consists of watching and listening to each wandering thought, each murmur of thinking, each desire, each fear, as they attract us into the thicket of time. This perfect encounter of attention makes them disappear. And in the psychological emptiness ensuing spontaneously, we have a pure consciousness integrated into boundlessness. With a lucid and all-encompassing attention, the mind is enlightened, disappearing instantly, as well as its whole movement. In the void that ensues, peace and utter silence regenerate the body. Lucid attention is the only instrument we use continuously in order to empty our mind, as well as to determine it to become silent in humbleness. When the ego is exposed, watched totally, as it really is, does it last? Does it keep moving? Attention dissolves it. Finally, the ego perishes. The sacred becomes free. It returns to the source, where it becomes integrated. Thus, self-knowing loses its purpose. Without self, what is there to know? All that was has disappeared. In silence, a new mind, immense, boundless, accompanied by pure energy and light, envelops our whole being. From then on, every movement of the ego is automatically dissipated without any intervention from the experiencer. The inactivity of the mind, the lucid attention, and the simplicity of the encounter with the movement of life represent, in fact, the death of the ego. Tell me then, what is the supreme and well ascertained truth? Listen indeed to this. Neither abandon nor accept anything. Enjoy everything. Remain as you are. In reality, there is no such thing as birth and death. So how can the question arise of bondage for living beings? There never was any such bondage for the one who is entirely free, and therefore to struggle for liberation is useless and nothing more than delusion, like a dark shadow mistaken for a demon, or a rope seen as a snake. It is all based on deceitful perception, which has no substance. Neither abandon nor accept anything. Remain as you are, well established in your own self. In the oneness of that supreme state, what talk can there be? And what differentiated path of adorer, adored, and adoration? To whom and by what means could a progression function? Or what could constitute the succession of penetrating into the self? Wonder of wonders. Though it appears differentiated, this illusion is no other than consciousness, one without a second. Everything is nothing but the pure essence of your own self-experience. So why worry in vain? One cannot compare the bliss of this state to the intoxication of wealth or wine, nor to the union with a beloved. And the brilliant flow of light is unlike the collection of rays from a lamp, the sun, or the moon. This excessive joy of the self is comparable only to the weight of that blissful state which descends when one gets liberated from all differentiation. The flow of this supreme consciousness is a state of universal oneness, which is nothing other that you had temporarily forgotten. Attraction and repulsion, pleasure and pain, rising and setting, self-confidence and depression. All these states with which the universe is formed shine as mutually different, but in reality, they are not. Whenever you perceive the specific nature of something, at that very moment, you should perceive the essence of your own consciousness as one with it. Why not take delight in the fullness of that awareness? In this world, the totality of objects appear eternally in the present moment. The activity of universality has no previous or future existence. Differentiated action is an illusion based on the unlawful pervasion of an intermediate state, which is unreal, transient, fraudulent. Remain above these defects, which have been wrongfully forged by the stigma of doubts. Hence, be awakened. For the insentient, there is no outflow of objective things, for those are manifested only when experienced by thee. Though deprived of reality, they share reality in one instant through one's own erroneous perception. Thus, the greatness of this universe arises from your own imagination. It does not take birth from anything else. Therefore, you alone shine in all these worlds, and though one, you become many by your own glory. Real or unreal, small or plentiful, eternal or momentary, what is colored by the illusion of differentiation, and what is pure in one's own self, is, in reality, this universe rising from your own consciousness and becoming one with your essence. Appearing glorified in the mirror of consciousness. Having ascertained the sublimity of the universe, and having understood the greatness of establishing one's own self-experience, enjoy universal sovereignty. The lovers of Brahman ask, what is the source of this universe? What is Brahman? From where do we come? By what power do we live? Where do we find rest? Who rules over our joys and sorrows, O seers of Brahman? Shall we think of time, or of the nature of things, or of the law of necessity, or of chance, or of the elements, or of the power of creation of woman or man? Not a union of these, for above them is a soul who thinks. But our soul is under the power of pleasure and pain. By the yoga of meditation and contemplation, the wise saw the power of God hidden in its own creation. It is that who rules over all the sources of this universe, from time to the soul of humans. And they saw the wheel of its power made of one circle, 3 layers, 16 parts, 50 spokes, 20 counter spokes, 6 groups of 8, 3 paths, 1 rope of innumerable strands, and the great illusion. They also saw the river of life, impetuously rushing with the 5 streams of sense feelings, which come from 5 sources, the 5 elements. Its waves are moved by 5 breathing winds, and its origin is a 5-fold fountain of consciousness. This river has 5 whirlpools, and the violent waves of 5 sorrows. It has 5 stages of pain, and 5 dangerous windings and turnings. In this vast wheel of creation, wherein all things live and die, wanders round the human soul like a swan in restless flying, and she thinks that God is afar. But when the love of God comes down upon her, then she finds her own immortal life. Exalted in songs has been Brahman, in that are God and the world and the soul. And that is the imperishable supporter of all. When the seers of Brahman see that in all creation, they find peace in Brahman and are free from all sorrows. God upholds the oneness of this universe, the seen and the unseen, transient and the eternal. The soul of humans is bound by pleasure and pain. But when they see God, they are free from all fetters. There is a soul of one with wisdom and unwisdom, power and powerlessness. There is nature, Prakriti, which is creation for the sake of the soul. And there is God, infinite, omnipresent, who watches the work of creation. When one knows the three, they know Brahman. Matter in time passes away, but God is forever in eternity. And God rules both matter and soul.
Hello, Moto.
I was, and I am, what I have always been. A beginning without beginning. From eternity to eternity. In an unmoving now. Continuously regenerated. I was, and I am, endless perfection. Sacredness recreated. Moment to moment. The boundless aliveness in constant evolution as a sacred fulfillment. Does the boundlessness of these words baffle you? Leave your mind aside if you want to experience these hallowing invitations with me. For only thus can you encounter the sacred sparkles. You are a spark, a part of me. Sacred essence. I and you are one, a perfect union. Constant freshness and integrated structure. We are aliveness as a real experience. There is no other way to encounter me, only by being unity, in sublime harmony. The expansion of self-knowing when we become the whole. Unlimited. Immense. This in the moment, without any prior purpose or effort created by the vicious ego pursuing a goal. Always egocentric, small-minded, and confused. The all-encompassing, lucid, watchful attention offers us clarity and holy harmony. Thus you reach me in your innocent nature, and the whole being becomes joy. From now on, you are one with me. A universal whole, illuminated each moment, simply being in the present. By creating and recreating each moment, The sublime is more sublime. Constantly and perpetually. Bring your ego to the light in complete freedom. For it defines itself when it encounters life. The ego is the fruit of yesterday. Searching for pleasure and satisfaction. Rejecting what it dislikes. Constantly and obsessively. By simply becoming conscious of it, its energy is dissipated. With each encounter, it is weakened and loses its hold. In this state, it becomes a shadow. Finally, it vanishes, perishes, annulled by integration. From now on, love is present as an intrinsic law. Through it, the being is creative, a sacred transformation. With the light attention, we experience full consciousness, human as divinity, in natural simplicity. When you break something up, you create things. When you create something, you destroy things. Material things have no creation or destruction. Ultimately, these concepts connect as one. Only the enlightened know that they connect as one. So instead of debating this with your preconceptions, approach it in an ordinary way. Those with this ordinary approach simply apply the idea. Those who apply it connect with it. Those who connect with it attain it. This easily attained understanding is not far off. Great knowledge sees all in one. Small knowledge breaks down into the many. Goods and possessions are no gain in his eyes. He stays far from wealth and honour. Long life is no ground for joy, nor early death for sorrow. Success is not for him to be proud of. Failure is no shame. Had he all the world's power, he would not hold it as his own. If he conquered everything, he would not take it to himself. His glory is in knowing that all things come together in one. And life and death are equal. When he tries to extend his power over objects, those objects gain control of him. One who is controlled by objects loses possession of their inner self. Prisoners in the world of object, they have no choice but to submit to the demands of matter. They are pressed down and crushed by external forces fashion, the market, events, public opinion. Stillness, infinite non-movement, immensity, evident stability, all-encompassing fullness. We can call it divinity, pervading all, as well as perfection, or creative love. It is in all and everything. Therefore, also within us, as a state of intrinsic stillness. In this state, the unknown speaks, transforming us through itself. This reality affirms itself through itself as power and beauty. Experience proves its sublime essence. We all have access to this fulfillment by simply being as absolute stillness. We encounter this boundless timelessness only through timelessness unfolding in the now. A total presence, encountering what is. Reality reveals itself through itself. If you assess what is spoken here with a knowing mind, everything appears absurd, meaningless words. Do not rush. Try this experience again through a direct encounter without the knowing mind. Focus your attention on the screen of consciousness. Everything that appears, thoughts, images, desires, emotions, spontaneously disappears. Opening a window to the eternal, infinity, the boundless majesty. Detached from body and mind, we are pure consciousness. We are also stillness, existent through not knowing. This is the only way to attain spiritual evolution, by allowing the emptiness to annul. The arrogant, confused, powerless nature, deeming itself to be wise and harmonious, drop any knowledge, a burden, an obstacle, preventing you from experiencing your real nature. Purity is a supreme quality. The whole being is a mirror. Perfect clarity. In its blissful nature, we are love and beauty. Boundless being. Absolute presence. It cannot be attained through struggle and effort, nor through imagination, fantasies of the mind. Both are deceptive, based on the past, on the misguided, conditioned mind. Our knowledge, science, stored in memory, barging into the present, are just shadows in the now. Overshadowing the meaning of the unfolding aliveness, eternal native freshness. Therefore, we need to dissipate these shadows. Attention is the means. With absolute effects, its light dissipates and dissolves all the confusion of the mind in thought and speech. Such a silent mind, liberated from the past, becomes pure consciousness, integrated into the infinite. In this state, human as divinity is natural harmony and clear purity. Each human being has the potential to attain this wonderful state through ourselves being here and now, a sacred simplicity. We become purity, a holy quality. go beyond words. They are hollow and limited. With subjective meanings, they create enmity between egos. You transcend them and forget them completely when you suddenly attain the state of integration. Only as a whole being, body and mind as one, will we know true life from direct experience. In this state, we can describe in words the sublime reality and its hallowing qualities. Life itself expresses itself as sacred simplicity. The experiencer is integrated into its reality. A silent, innocent witness, free from the past. A blissful instrument, spontaneous and natural. Only through a direct contact, free from conditioning, do we encounter reality with its transformative effects. We use attention as an instrument in this encounter. Harmony and love ensue. A sacred fulfillment. The starting point on the path to God, truth, and love is the psychological zero. Free of images, free of thoughts. There are no expectations of a certain gain or profit. The ego is completely absent. If you seek truth with your whole heart, then you may be assured that the grace of God is also seeking you. We all have to return to our source. Every human being is seeking their source and must one day come to it. When you break something up, you create things. When you create something, you destroy things. Material things have no creation or destruction. Ultimately, these concepts connect as one. Only the enlightened know that they connect as one. So instead of debating this with your preconceptions, approach it in an ordinary way. Those with this ordinary approach simply apply the idea. Those who apply it connect with it. Those who connect with it attain it. This easily attained understanding is not far off. Great knowledge sees all in one. Small knowledge breaks down into the many. Goods and possessions are no gain in his eyes. He stays far from wealth and honour. Long life is no ground for joy, nor early death for sorrow. Success is not for him to be proud of. Failure is no shame. Had he all the world's power, he would not hold it as his own. If he conquered everything, he would not take it to himself. His glory is in knowing that all things come together in one. And life and death are equal. When he tries to extend his power over objects, those objects gain control of him. One who is controlled by objects loses possession of their inner self. Prisoners in the world of object, they have no choice but to submit to the demands of matter. They are pressed down and crushed by external forces, fashion, the market, events, public opinion. Never in a whole lifetime do they recover their right mind. What a pity. You train your eye and your vision lusts after colour. You train your ear and you long for delightful sound. You delight in doing good and your natural kindness is blown out of shape. You delight in righteousness and you become righteous beyond all reason. You overdo liturgy and you turn into a ham actor. Overdo your love of music and you play corn. Love of wisdom leads to wise contriving. Love of knowledge leads to fault finding. If people would stay as they really are, taking or leaving these 8 delights would make no difference. But if they will not rest in their right state, the 8 delights develop like malignant tumors. The world falls into confusion. Since people honor these delights and lust after them, the world has gone stone blind. When the delight is over, they still will not let go of it. The verses of unfathomable depth. I ask you, what does a mind seal look like? And what sort of person dares to transmit it? Throughout the ages, it has remained firm and unshaken. As soon as you call something a mind seal, it is already meaningless. You must know that in essence, all things originate from infinite emptiness. You can compare it to a lotus flower in a red-hot kiln. Don't say that a free and empty mind is the way. A free and empty mind is still separated from it by a great barrier. The mind is like emptiness, but it isn't empty. How could the unfathomable function ever degenerate to being the result of achievement? The bodhisattvas at the 3 stages of wisdom have still not clarified this. And how can the higher ranks of bodhisattvas ever reach it? The golden carp that has passed through the net remains trapped in the water. but the stone horse still on the way leaves its sand cage suddenly. Why have the meaning of Bodhidharma coming from the West explained in every detail? Don't ask about coming from the West, nor about the East. You cannot rely on looking far ahead to the end of the universe. And why would you tie yourself down to tainted worldliness? Essentially, the miraculous body is not bound anywhere. It is already throughout the whole body. So what other traces could there be? A single efficacious word transcends the multitudes. It is far beyond the three vehicles and does not require cultivation. Shake off your hands and get away from the sages of all ages. Then your path of return will resemble an ox in the midst of fire. That which is impure by itself. That which is pure by itself. Highest wisdom and illusion are likewise empty and even. Who could say that nobody can appreciate Bianhi's jade? With an empty mind and an open heart, let yourself be naked before grace. Let your mind rest in this dark awareness of God. in all of this naked existence. It is not who you are or what you've been that God sees with merciful eyes, but what you want to be. Contemplative prayer, when done right, is the respectful love and ripe fruit.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Aparuta de sangamatassa tawara ye sodavanta brahmunjantu satam.
So I have heard. At one time the Buddha was staying near Savatthi in Jeta's Grove, Anathapindika's monastery. Now at that time the householder Anathapindika was sick, suffering, gravely ill. Then he addressed a man. Please, mister, go to the Buddha and in my name bow with your head to his feet. Say to him, Sir, the householder Anathapindika is sick, suffering, gravely ill. He bows with his head to your feet. Then go to Venerable Sariputta, and in my name bow with your head to his feet. Say to him, Sir, the householder Anathapindika is sick, suffering, gravely ill. He bows with his head to your feet. And then say, Sir, please visit him at his home out of compassion. Yes, sir, that man replied. He did as Anathapindika asked. Sariputta consented in silence.
Backwards. Morality.
Then Venerable Sariputta robed up in the morning, and taking his bowl and robe, went with Venerable Ananda as his second monk to Anathapindika's home. He sat down on the seat spread out and said to Anathapindika, I hope you're feeling well, householder. I hope you're all right. And I hope the pain is fading, not growing. That its fading is evident, not its growing. I'm not keeping well, Master Sariputta. I'm not all right. The pain is terrible and growing, not fading. Its growing, not its fading, is evident. The winds piercing my head are so severe, it feels like a strong man drilling into my head with a sharp point. The pain in my head is so severe, it feels like a strong man tightening a tough leather strap around my head. The winds piercing my belly are so severe, it feels like a deft butcher or their apprentice.
Yeah, that was not very long.
Generally, whenever physically embodied beings die, they first experience the 20 phases of coarse dissolution, which are as follows. As the aggregate of form dissolves, the limbs twitch and the body loses its strength and power. As the mirror-like wisdom dissolves, the mind grows unclear and hazy. As the earth element dissolves, the body grows dry. In this wilderness of samsara, it is for whom that you are looking. No relatives are really yours, who, caught within wealth or position or fame, in the twilight of life, God will not judge us on our earthly possessions and human success, but rather on how much we have loved. Never give up prayer. And should you find dryness and difficulty, persevere in it for this very reason. God often desires to see what love your soul has, and love is not tried by ease and satisfaction. In the dark night of the soul, bright flows the river of God. In the inner stillness where meditation leads, the Spirit secretly anoints the soul and heals our deepest wounds. Contemplation is nothing else but a secret, peaceful, and loving infusion of God, which, if admitted, will set the soul on fire with a spirit of love. Seek in reading, and you will find in meditation. Knock in prayer, and it will be open to you in contemplation. Silence is God's first language. However softly we speak, God is so close to us that we can be heard. Nor do we need wings to go in search of God, but merely to seek solitude and contemplate God within ourselves, without being surprised to find such a good guest there. Live in the world as if only God and your soul were in it. then your heart will never be made captive by any earthly thing. Do not let your eye be drawn by the false beacon lamps of wealth or position or fame or possessions. Be vigilant over your will and desires, for these are the corrupt forces that dwell within and keep you from living free. Live in faith and hope, though it be in darkness, for in this darkness God protects the soul. Cast your care upon God, for you are God's, and God will not forget you. Do not think that God is leaving you alone, for that would be to wrong him. It is great wisdom to know how to be silent and to look at neither the remarks, nor the deeds, nor the lives of others. In sorrow and suffering, go straight to God with confidence, and you will be strengthened, enlightened, and instructed. For God leads every soul by a separate path.
That's okay. So let go. Let go. Let go. Somewhere else. And come back.
Have a great love for those who contradict and fail to love you. For in this way, love is begotten in a heart that has no love. The soul that walks in love neither tires others nor grows tired. Where there is no love, pour love in, and you will draw love out. Love consists not in feeling great things, but in having great detachment and in suffering for the beloved. The soul that is attached to anything, however much good there may be in it, will not arrive at the liberty of divine union. For whether it be a strong wire rope or a slender and delicate thread that holds the bird, it matters not if it really holds it fast. For until the cord be broken, the bird cannot fly. When a soul has advanced so far on the spiritual road as to be lost to all the natural methods of communing with God, when it seeks God no longer by meditation, images, impressions, nor by any other created ways or representations of sense, but only by rising above them all, in the joyful communion with truth, by faith and love. Then it may be said to have found the God of truth, because it has truly lost itself as to all that is not God, and also as to its own self. Implored. Condensing all the reply. Devoted one, with a faithful and virtuous mind, listen to me. Although there are many profound key points of thought, rest free and relaxed as you feel comfortable. Everything is included in simply that. Although there are many key points of speech, such as breath control and mantra recitation, stop speaking and rest like a reef. Everything is included in simply that. Although there are many key points of mind, such as concentrating, relaxing, projecting, dissolving, and focusing inward. Everything is included in simply letting it rest in its natural state, free and easy, without fabrication. mind doesn't remain quietly in that state, if one wonders, is it nothing? Like haze in the heat of the sun, it still shimmers and flashes forth. But if one wonders, is it something? It has no colour or shape to identify it, but is utterly empty and completely awake. That is the nature of your mind. Having recognized it as such, to become certain that is the view. To remain undistracted in a state of stillness, without fabrication or fixation. That is the meditation. In that state, to be free from clinging or attachment, accepting or rejecting, hope or fear, toward any of the experiences of the six senses. That is the action. Whatever doubt or hesitation occurs, supplicate your master. Don't remain in places of ordinary people. Practice in seclusion. Give up your clinging to whatever you are most attached to, as well as to whomever you have the strongest bond with in this life. And practice. Like that, although your body remains in human form, your mind is equal to the Buddha's. At the time of dying, you should practice as follows. By earth dissolving in water, the body becomes heavy and cannot support itself. By water dissolving in fire, the mouth and nose dry up. By fire dissolving in wind, body heat disappears. By wind dissolving in consciousness, one cannot but exhale with a rattle and inhale with a gasp. At that time, the feelings of being pressed down by a huge mountain, being trapped within darkness, or being dropped into the expanse of space occur. All these experiences are accompanied by thunderous and ringing sounds. The whole sky will be vividly bright, like an unfurled brocade. Moreover, the natural forms of your mind, the peaceful, wrathful, semi-wrathful deities, and ones with various heads, fill the sky within a dome of rainbow lights. Brandishing weapons, they will utter, eat, eat, kill, kill, hung, hung, pet, pet, and other fierce sounds. In addition, there will be light like 100,000 suns shining at once. At this time, your innate deity will remind you of awareness, saying, "Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted." Your innate demon will disturb all your experiences, make them collapse, and utter sharp and fierce sounds, and confuse you. At this point, know this. The feeling of being pressed down is not that of being pressed by a mountain. It is your own elements dissolving. Don't be afraid of that. The feeling of being trapped within darkness is not a darkness. It is your 5 sense faculties dissolving. The feeling of being dropped into the expanse of space is not being dropped. It is your mind without support. Because your body and mind have separated, and your breathing has stopped. All experiences of rainbow lights are the natural manifestations of your mind. All the peaceful and wrathful forms are the natural forms of your mind. All sounds are your own sounds. All lights are your own lights. Have no doubt about that. If you do feel doubt, you will be thrown into samsara. Having resolved this to be self-display, if you rest wide awake in luminous emptiness, then simply in that, you will attain the three kayas and become enlightened. Even if you are cast into samsara, you won't go there. The innate deity is your present, taking hold of your mind with undistracted mindfulness. From this moment, it is very important to be without any hope and fear, clinging and fixation towards the objects of your six sense faculties, as well as toward fascination, happiness, and sorrow. From now on, if you attain stability, you will be able to assume your natural state and become enlightened. Therefore, the most vital point is to sustain your practice undistractedly in this very moment. The innate demon is your present tendency for ignorance, your doubt and hesitation. At that time, whatever fearful phenomena appear, such as sounds, colours, and lights, don't be fascinated. Don't doubt. And don't be afraid. If you fall into doubt for even a moment, you will wander in samsara, so gain complete stability.
all time, there was the noon, sea of chaos, where all forms of what was to be lay hidden. Within the heart of the living moon stirred the spirit of the water, the great snake, Apep. From the coils of Apep sprang Atum, first god of creation, and the
I don't give a
one
shit.
became king. Apep embraced Atum in his coils, binding tightly to his But Atum transformed himself from the folds of Apep into the scarab god of becoming and broke free of his bondage. came between her and the embrace of her brother Earth. Together they had ultimately conceived 5 children, but they could not be born till she, the air, raised his daughter the night sky from the earth so that the star children could live free. The 7 children were Osiris, god of the corn and of the year, his sisters Isis and Nephthys, and their daughters were their sons. And Isis nourished the seeds. From the divine corn sprang the first seeds of creation which landed in the black earth, and the land of Egypt came into being. Isis drew down the waters of the heavenly Nile to give life to the land of Egypt. The waters rose, and Osiris called forth the first god. Osiris and Isis were lord and queen of this divine garden, and their sister Nephthys came to be with them there. But Set was jealous of the creative powers of Osiris and of the love Nephthys bore him. He blasted the garden with a raging sandstorm, turning the good black earth into dirt. Set wanted also to destroy his brother Osiris, and they fought. Then Osiris rested in his form of Lord of the Corn. Set cut him to pieces. And scattered the pieces to the four corners of Egypt. One piece of Osiris fell in the waters of the Nile and was swallowed by the fish. The rest were gathered up by Isis and Nephthys, who sprinkled the dismembered body of their brother with the water of life. Isis invoked the jackal-headed god Anubis, lord of embalming, to come and restore the form of Osiris. Anubis tightly bound the flesh of Osiris and created the first mummy. Which was covered by the first coffin. Isis sent her sister and Anubis away so that she would be alone with Osiris. She transformed herself into a kite, and with her wings bound life into Osiris. And through her magic, restored to him for one night only the vitality of his manhood. They embraced once more, and their son Horus was conceived. Set learned of the conception of his son and came to disrupt the union. But Isis escaped. She flew to the hidden waters of the Delta to keep her unborn child safe from the destructive powers of Set. And Horus was born. As he grew, Isis told Horus of the death of his father at the hand of his own brother. And Horus vowed to avenge Osiris. Horus faced Set, equally balanced forces, and they fought. Horus took the divine form of Falcon, and Set transformed himself through all the aspects of his nature to finally conquer Horus. The eyes of Horus were the sun and the moon. Set destroyed the moon, and all was in darkness. Horus broke free. And hunted Set through the length of Egypt with his divine harpoon. But in the end, there was no victor. Horus and Set were too evenly matched. So they called upon Thoth, Lord of sacred knowledge and keeper of the scales of justice, to pronounce upon the wind. The hearts of Horus and Set spoke of all things, and the divine scales could not settle on a balance. Atum was called upon to be the final judge. Set could not resist a last attack on Horus. And the royal protector of Atum dispelled him, leaving Horus as the chosen one. Horus was crowned, the first pharaoh of the land of Egypt.
Need a free phone? Listen up. If you're on
the weird world of the glitch watchers. Get ready for a wild ride. You are walking down the street, and just for a moment, you feel it. No eyes, no cameras, just presence. The lights flicker. Your phone glitches. Time stutters just for a second. What if that wasn't random? What if someone or something was watching? Not governments, not aliens, but interdimensional observers. Some call them glitch watchers, entities from beyond our reality who only leave traces when something goes wrong. So, what if those little glitches you ignore are signs they're watching you?
There exists only the present instant. A now, which always and without end is itself new. There is no yesterday, nor any tomorrow, but only now, as it was 1,000 years ago, and as it will be 1,000 years hence. People who dwell in God dwell in the eternal now. God cannot know itself without me. I was, and I am, what I have always been. A beginning without beginning. From eternity to eternity. In an unmoving now. Continuously regenerated. I was, and I am, endless perfection. Sacredness recreated. moment to moment. The boundless aliveness in constant evolution as a sacred fulfillment. Does the boundlessness of these words baffle you? Leave your mind aside if you want to experience these hallowing invitations with me. For only thus can you encounter the sacred sparkles. You are a spark, a part of me. Sacred essence. I and you are one, a perfect union. Constant freshness and integrated structure. We are aliveness as a real experience. There is no other way to encounter me, only by being unity in sublime harmony. The expansion of self-knowing when we become the whole. Unlimited. Immense. We are pure consciousness in the moment. Without any prior purpose or effort created by the vicious ego pursuing a goal. Always egocentric, small-minded, and confused. The all-encompassing, lucid, watchful attention offers us clarity and holy harmony. Thus you reach me in your innocent nature, and the whole being becomes joy. From now on, you are one with me. A universal whole, illuminated each moment, simply being in the present. By creating and recreating each moment, the sublime is more sublime. Constantly and perpetually. Bring your ego to the light in complete freedom. For it defines itself when it encounters life. The ego is the fruit of yesterday. Searching for pleasure and satisfaction. rejecting what it dislikes, constantly and obsessively. By simply becoming conscious of it, its energy is dissipated. With each encounter, it is weakened and loses its hold. In this state, it becomes a shadow. Finally, it vanishes, perishes, annulled by integration. From now on, love is present as an intrinsic law. Through it, the being is creative, a sacred transformation. With the light attention, we experience full consciousness. Human as divinity. In natural simplicity. All of these demonstrate that the alive within us is, in its essence, immortal. It has no beginning, no end. It never sleeps, being therefore always awake. Finally, the pure spark, the human being's true nature, freed from all the layers of matter, triumphantly returns to the divine source, to its home. Simply become aware of the reactions of the mind. With this all-encompassing attention, one starts on the practice to self-knowing. For the restless mind and thoughts that travel towards the past or future, dissipates our energy permanently and damaging. Each thought, desire, image, or emotion has its own energy, creating its momentum. By simply watching the reactions of a mind, calmly and objectively, it dissipates the wasteful energies. Simply become aware of the reactions of the mind. With this all
Proto-magnanimous, whose realms profound are fixed beneath the firm and solid ground. In Tartarian plains, remote from fight, and wrapped forever in the depths of night. Terrestrial Jove, sacred ear incline, and please accept thy mystic skin divine. Paths keys to thee, illustrious king belong, its secret gates, unlocking deep and strong. is thine abundant, and fruits to bear. For needy mortals are in thy constant care. To thee, great King, a furnace is assigned, the seat of gods, the basis of mankind. Thy throne is fixed in Hades' dismal plains, distant unknown to rest, where darkness reigns, where destitute of breath, pale spectres dwell. In endless dire, inexorable hell, and in tread Acheron, whose steps obscure the stable roots eternally secure. Almighty Daemon, whose decision tread the future fate determines of the dead. With captive Proserpine through grassy plains, drawn in a boreal car with loosened reins, wrapped o'er the deep, impelled by love you flew, to lose in the city, rose to view. There in a wondrous cave, obscure and deep, the sacred name, secure from search you keep. The cave of Athos, whose wide gates display an entrance to the kingdoms void of day. Apparent works thou art alone, the dispensator, visible and known. Oh, power ruling, oh, holy honored light, these sacred poets and their hymns delight, propitious to thy mystic works incline. Rejoicing come, your holy rites are thine.
I brought all of this hair and listen.
the psychological void that follows, a new mind appears, expanding into infinity as a state of pure consciousness, pure understanding, as well as transformative action. When lucid attention is our constant companion, we light the path of our life, and through this light, all the residues which degrade us morally and spiritually are dissipated. It also offers us the moral capacity to not commit other errors. Therefore, our whole work consists of watching and listening to each wandering thought, each murmur of thinking, each desire, each fear, as they attract us into the thicket of time. This perfect encounter of attention makes them disappear, and in the psychological emptiness ensuing spontaneously, we have a pure consciousness integrated into boundlessness. with a lucid and all-encompassing attention. The mind is enlightened, disappearing instantly, as well as its whole movement. In the void that ensues, peace and utter silence regenerate the body. Lucid attention is the only instrument we use continuously in order to empty our mind, as well as to determine it to become silent in humbleness. When the ego is exposed, watched totally, as it really is, does it last? Does it keep moving? Attention dissolves it.
Mighty Titan here, great fire of gods and men, whom all revere, endured with various counsel, pure and strong, to perfection and decrease belong, consumed by thee, all forms that hardly die, by thee restored, therefore the place supplied. The world immense in everlasting chains, strong and ineffable, thy power contains. Father of vast eternity divine, Almighty Saturn, various speeches there, blossom of the earth and starry skies, husband of Rhea, Prometheus' wife. Obstetric nature, venerable root, from which the various forms of being shoot. No parts peculiar can thy power enclose, diffuse through all from which the world arose. O best of beings, of a subtle mind, propitious here to holy prayers incline. The sacred rites, benevolent attempt, and grant a blameless life of the sinner.
Now you can get 4 free phones plus 4 lines for $90 with no trade-in.
Are we having the wool pulled over our eyes here?
No, and you get the latest phones.
High five. Get 4 phones plus 4 lines for $90, and we'll pay off your current contract when you switch. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
A man who works hard, sweats hard.
Old Spice tried to fight sweat, so Coach thought I was slacking. So I trained with my Old Spice.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. What does that even mean? I'm gonna die. No, I'm fine.
Hermes, draw near, and to my prayer incline, angel of Jove and my son divine, studious of contest, ruler of mankind, with heart almighty and a prudent mind, celestial messenger of various skill, whose powerful arts could watchful Argus kill. With winged feet 'tis thine through the air to course, O friend of man and prophet of discourse, great life supporter to rejoice is thine, in arts gymnastic and in fraud divine, with power endure all language to explain, of care the loosener and the source of gain. Whose hand contains a blameless peace, the rod Corusian, blessed profitable God of various speech, whose aid in works we find, and in necessities to mortals kind, dire weapon of the tongue, which men revere, be present Hermes and the high suppliant here, since my works conclude my